that are from the community. So before you speak, if you wouldn't mind just grabbing one of those microphones, we'd be happy to hear you out, but we want everybody to be able to hear you on the live stream and then it to be recorded. Okay, it is 6:02 p.m. We'll call the meeting to order. First agenda item is receiving communication from the public on things not listed on the agenda. Anyone care to speak on anything not listed on the agenda?
I'm not sure if you have on the agenda what's been going on with the ice storm. Is that under a particular item, or do we need to talk about it separately?
So the response to that will be underneath the facility subcommittee.
Okay.
Yes.
And again, I failed to grab an agenda. Is the brush clearing, fire break clearing on the agenda?
Fire break clearing,
The clearing, yes.
as it relates to the ice storm aftermath?
No, the
fire,
y'all have been
the actual
working.
fire break?
The actual fire break.
So it can be on the agenda after facilities, but you can go ahead and say whatever you need to now.
Okay. I believe last time I spoke to you, you said that it was going to be going on to the end of February.
Correct.
And do you have any updates or progress on that? Because our behind our house is in desperate need of it. And if it doesn't get done, is the mud willing to meet us halfway if we hire someone to clear it? Because it's a pretty good fire hazard.
It's overdue. It hasn't been done in like probably 6 years.
So do we speak about it now, or do we need to wait till facilities?
I would wait.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do have some comments on that and some response, but we have to wait until we get to our facility subcommittee. So thanks for bringing that up. We'll take it up when we come to the facility subcommittee
Okay, thanks.
portion of our meeting.
And that's number 8 on the agenda, just so everybody knows. Facilities.
Any other public comment about anything not on the agenda? Okay, line item number 2, public comment on agenda items. So we just heard a little bit about that. Will be on the agenda. You have an opportunity to speak when we come up to an agenda item before we kind of get into any discussion. So if anybody has anything right now they want to lay out in front of us as far as the items that are on the agenda, now's the time. Hearing none. Okay, line item number 3 is to review and approve the minutes of the January 12th, 2023 regular meeting. Does any of the directors have any comments on the minutes?
I didn't have any comments on the minutes. They're pretty clean, pretty concise.
No comments here either.
Good. So I did have a couple of comments under item number 7.2. It's titled Ongoing Stormwater Basin Maintenance Project. There's a couple of things that made it into that conversation or made it into that paragraph that don't belong in that paragraph, in my opinion. And they just really need to be moved upwards to the general maintenance. So the first one is in the second line of that paragraph is the safety loop. That has nothing to do with the stormwater basin project.
Just want that under general maintenance?
Yes, please move that up. And then in the next line down from that, so the third line of the paragraph, kill the cattails.
Mhm.
So my question is for you, Nugget. Is that considered stormwater basin, or is that just normal pond maintenance?
Stormwater basin.
Okay, so that one we can leave. And then third line from the bottom of the same paragraph, K2 fence. So that one also wasn't necessary with the stormwater basin maintenance project, which should just go under general maintenance. Give me one moment. Okay, I thought I made another comment, but maybe I didn't. So is there any other amendments to the minutes? So I motion that we approve the minutes as amended.
I'll second the motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
I believe line item number 4 is a presentation audit. So line item number 4 is receive presentation of the fiscal year 22 audit and take any action related to the same.
Great. Well, thank you guys for having me. I'm Laura Jones with Maxwell Eckenritter, and I'm going to review the district's financial statement audit for the year ended September 30th, 2022. So I'm just going to do a brief overview of the report and our governance communications letter at the end. But if you have any questions or comments as we go through, feel free to stop me, and I'll be glad to answer. So the first page is just the table of contents, and next is the filing affidavit. And then after that, we have the audit report. So the report looks a little bit different this year due to some new auditing standards. You'll note at the top, now the opinion is listed first for clarity. And also throughout the opinion, auditor and management responsibilities are now listed out. Those responsibilities have not changed from last year, but the audit report now specifically states them. So the district received an unmodified clean opinion, which is the best possible opinion. And then after the opinion, we have management's discussion and analysis section that starts on page 5. So the management's discussion and analysis just gives a high-level overview of the year by management, and that includes summarizing the financial statements, various disclosures, and has some forward-looking information at the end. So after the management's discussion and analysis, we have the basic financial statements. They start on page 10. So this statement is the statement of net position and governmental funds balance sheet, and it shows the balance sheets by fund, and then it has the adjustment column that converts the fund financials to more closely like a business financial statement balance sheet. And it does this mostly by capitalizing the capital outlay for the year and then recording the bonds payable. If you'll note here, we have a new line item this year for construction in progress. So that is the cost that were incurred building the dock. And then if you'll look towards the bottom of the page, you'll see the total fund balances. So I'd just like to point out that all fund balances are positive, which points to the health of the district. The next page is the statement of activities and governmental funds, revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. The same way as the balance sheet, it starts out with fund financial statements and has an adjustments column to present the information more like a business type income statement. Here, I'd just like to point out the net change in fund balances and the change in net position. So in total, the change in fund balance is positive and the change in net position is positive. The next statement is the budget to actual comparison. So if you'll note here, revenues were slightly higher than budgeted due to the increase in property taxes, more than we had budgeted for. And then the expenditures are a lot less due to the delay of the wall project, mostly. So the net result is the change in fund balance is approximately $92,000 higher than the final budgeted change in fund balance. So after the statements, we have the notes to the financial statements. These are basically the same as in prior years, but there are a few changes and a few notes that I'd like to call to your attention. So the first note is at the top of page 17. And this is a change in an accounting principle for this year. This was the GASB 87 implementation, which requires operating leases to be capitalized, basically. This had no impact on the district, so that's why I'm saying it's not significant, but it is a major change in accounting, and so we just wanted to point it out. The next footnote I'd like to point out is note 6. It starts on page 20, and it's the debt footnote. So it shows the details of the bond activity during the year, future maturities, as well as just basic information about the bond. And if you'll note on page 21, it states that the amount payable during the next fiscal year is about $189,000, and that includes principal and interest. After the notes are the supplemental schedules, and I'd like to point out a couple, starting on page 28. This is the analysis of the property taxes. It shows detailed information about property taxes for the year. I wanted to point out at the bottom, the percent of taxes collected was about 99.7% this year for the current year levy. And the total receivable for all years is about $24,000. The next schedule I'd like to point out is on page 31. This schedule shows comparative revenues and expenditures for the general fund and debt service fund for the last 5 years. So I just like to point this out because it has a lot of good information for analyzing trends in the funds if needed. That's all I wanted to point out on the reports. We're also, you have a letter in front of you. That's our required governance communications. And in the letter, we note the implementation of GASB 87, that there are no difficulties in performing the audit, and that there were no disagreements with management. And I'd just like to thank the TUMCO team for all of their help in getting the audit completed this year. We really appreciate them. Thanks for your time. Any questions, any comments, anything I can clarify or?
I don't have any questions. I'll just supplement. Thanks to TUMCO and Laura for all your efforts getting the audit done. Everything's in good shape. I went through it. We had a call with the auditors. We discussed everything. The only thing that I would probably highlight would be on page 10. You'll see there's $158,000 that the general fund owes the debt fund. So we will get that cleaned up as the debt is repaid. All that is we've only transferred enough to the debt fund to pay debt as it came due rather than the tax that we collect. So if we collect $200 of debt service, we should move 200 into the debt. We moved 150 and left 50 years and years ago.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get that cleaned up to make sure when we make these final debt payments that we tie everything down to the penny.
So that doesn't change the amount of our final debt payments though?
No, and everything's on schedule to work, but we'll clean that up just to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
And then just to piggyback on what Laura said, I actually think page 31 is probably the only one you really need to look at. If you really want to sort of glean what's happening, that is the best place to look. And the summary I prepared in September was sort of stolen from that format. So. But yeah, other than that, I didn't really have anything. The rep letter is pretty standard terms, nothing in there to worry about, and pretty consistent with what you'll see most of the time. So, that's all I have.
Well, I want to thank you for waiting 12 hours to tell us that 31 was the only page you needed to read. I could have used that information at midnight last night when I was reading every single word of this. I'm kidding. Anybody else have anything? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for driving.
So if you guys would move to approve your audit.
I will make a motion to approve the audited financials and sign the rep letter.
And I second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
That's it for line item number 4.
Do you want us to sign this so you can take it with you? Or?
No, we're good.
Good? Okay.
We're good to go.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Drive safe.
Take care. Line item number 5, receive landscape maintenance report and discuss and consider landscape services, including A, B, and C.
Oh, push the green button.
Oh, yeah.
Push the green button.
Jody, could you throw that lock for us? So it stays unlocked so anybody can walk. We'll keep this.
Thanks again.
Oh, because we can hear it.
I'm just gonna leave it open.
Talk to somebody at the HOA about that, I guess. Are you? Nugget, did you have any notes on line item number 5, landscape?
I do.
maintenance report?
A couple of weeks ago, Josiah contacted me. He was cleaning up his desk and found a couple of proposals that have not been paid. We approved the work and did the work. There were irrigation repairs in November and December. So he sent those to me, and they should be in your packet under item 5B, just the 2 proposals. I guess do we go back and look at our minutes and see that we approve these, or do we approve them tonight and then he gets me invoice and I pay him?
Probably best for us to make sure that it's approved, unless you want to
Just
just look at them and approve them tonight. That's up to y'all.
One was for November for $1,200.42. And it was irrigation system repairs above and beyond. And then the other one was December, the irrigation repairs above and beyond normal work for $826.90. And I remember talking about those, but
So were these started or just not finished, or are these?
they were just never billed, I believe.
Oh, they were approved. You're saying they were approved in session?
No. So in session, there was a pre-approval limit that was determined that Nugget could approve for irrigation repairs, so they didn't have to come to session. And I was just delayed in getting them put together and gave them to him. But because of the delay, we just felt that it would be prudent to bring it here before the board.
Sure. Got it. And so do we need to search for?
But they were never presented in a meeting.
Oh, they
I
were
think
never
it's easier
presented?
just to.
No.
Okay.
Well, do we need to search for Nuggets, the overage that he was authorized? And whether this falls within that or not?
At the time, my approval was $1,000 when these were done. So
This is
we've
over-
since- we've
this is
since
1,200 though.
increased this. So,
Right, but this is 1,200.
Yeah. I think it'd be just prudent for us to say we approve these and,
Yeah, it's probably cleanest
Do it
to
with
just
the bill.
approve them now, right?
yeah.
Okay, but that does bring up this interesting point that we've run into pretty recently, which is where are we keeping the signed proposals? And if they're cataloged,
What I
They
do
could- they could
is
be-
if we approve these, I'll sign them tonight. And I put them in our board packet. And then we email these to LRI saying they were approved. Here's where we code the account to.
right?
And then they do the work.
But we
and then
don't, but
invoice.
where do you store a copy of the signed?
In the board packet folder. In
For
my
next-
folder.
for
that's-
next month?
No, in my folder for this meeting, these signatures
Okay,
will go in
folder.
it. They'll get emailed to LRI, and then we keep them in our folder. We don't put them, if y'all want to create a folder.
Yeah,
in the-
can we
Yeah.
need to put them
Deal
somewhere
that we can do
electronically
that.
so they're easy to retrieve and
Yeah.
we don't have to chase you to pull out the paper copies. We can make a folder.
Yeah,
You can
we'll just
it
make a
under-
folder and
I don't
do
know
it.
if you want them under facilities or
saving
where we
them.
want it, but.
Sure, or we could have a folder for proposals that are, we could have.
Yeah, we can make it up top level and just make proposals LRI.
Sure.
And
Let's
just save
discuss-
each one
yeah,
down.
Let's
Okay.
discuss that between you and I, communications.
That's easy.
Is there any questions about these invoices as they're presented?
Both look pretty reasonable to me.
And obviously, we're talking about Yes, you mentioned these are over and above the
Mhm.
normal. Any questions? We need a motion to approve. So I motion that we approve the LRI invoices that are in your board packet. First one being total $1,200.42. And that is from November irrigation repairs. The second being December irrigation repairs, and that total is $826.90.
I'll second the motion.
Further discussion? All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
I missed the second, sorry.
Joey. Anything else, Nugget?
Do we want to go with the ice
Talk
damage
about the ice
proposals?
proposals right now.
Or do you,
Want to address that in facilities?
okay. That is all I have for LRI.
I actually have a question for you in that deals with executive session. So would the legality of what we were discussing earlier go into executive session? Yeah. Yeah, so we need to wait for legal advice for that. Yeah. Any other proposals that are outstanding?
Those are the only two I know of.
Updates on any proposals that have been approved and have been worked?
No.
Okay. Let's see. Anything further for LRI before we move on? Mhm. The microphone, please. There's one here. Thank you.
We would like to ask first of all, thank you all for what you've been doing to get things. I know people have been dragging out more stuff and putting them on the sidewalks and everything. But we would like to ask that you look at Napa Park, because there's a much more stuff that's come down, and I guess y'all own Vista Point Park, but I've seen a ton of kids there playing, and there are some really sharp, big branches that are from the sycamore trees, and especially right around those boulders where the kids play. So if y'all wouldn't mind looking, there are a couple of things that are branches that are down by the tennis court that are still attached to the tree. So I mean, I'm just worried because we own that property, and so we're liable, and sure, parents should be watching their kids, but if y'all wouldn't mind in the near future, I know you have a lot of other things to do, that'd be, really helpful. So that's just one thing beforehand I wanted to ask.
Do you want to, so I don't know that we can take much more time in session here. That's an HOA thing, because obviously it's their property, but do you want to facilitate that? Because that's also a staging area, not the park, but people are starting to flow into the park. So it might take a little bit more facilitation from the HOA.
Definitely we'll want to take a look at that. Should we address why we haven't done anything there?
No, it's a HOA property.
Okay, so I guess that's an issue. We were instructed not to do anything, and the HOA was seeking other options to remedy the cleanup in Napa Park.
No, it's not part of it. This is above and beyond. This is disaster situation. So no, they haven't, and on the advice of, or on the request of Michael Husband, I told them to stand down on the HOA properties. So that's the word that passed through. I'm not certain that you're familiar, the two of you are familiar with that, but yeah, that's not going to be a general maintenance thing. They take care of it. You understand?
Yeah, just, no, we can definitely help.
You're looking for a discussion and a proposal?
Well, I'll get that with my more stuff there. Looking.
Mhm.
I didn't know.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that may be addressed in the facilities conversation.
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry. If it's important, you can repeat it if it can wait.
Just about the pruning spray and the spray paint on the limbs that have already been cut and cleared.
They're not using spray.
Right. Yep, they're not using spray yet.
Is that okay?
Well, we've had discussion about it. It is definitely in a proposal that we've received, as it should be in a proposal for any of the HOA's properties that you receive as well. We haven't approved a proposal yet for any of the work, so we have certainly not approved a proposal for the spraying.
Well, we have a law right now that only defines the spray breaking our own blood law.
Wow, I think this is a pretty unique situation though. Like, this is,
It's a concern. It's definitely a neighborhood concern. Anytime that there's a fresh cut, generally speaking, you're supposed to put the spray. It's just good, it's just sanitary, it's just a good idea.
Mhm.
Going back afterwards doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because you're not going to remember exactly where you cut. I didn't come for this reason, but again, that's just been a neighborhood. This is just good housekeeping.
I didn't know that either, but it's true what she's saying, and we're in the zone right now, we're out of time. The time is February 1st, and no cuts again until July, unless you have a disaster and professional sprays is right after that. So we have broken limbs, and I know there are people that won't do anything about it. I did look on the map today, if people come on cut and paint, right, or spray the insect.
Seal, yeah.
Yeah, seal. And they were going around the neighbors' houses and people were refusing to do it. So my concern is, and I looked on.
Who
the
was
map,
going to neighbors' houses?
Just some people cutters, some professional cutters.
Uh-huh. Mhm.
So they were, doing their due diligence, right? And so I looked and I asked them what they were saying, and he said, no, I didn't care. And I said, well, is there oak wood in this area? He said, no. I looked online, and looked at the map. The closest one is Oak Hill, and then it goes up to Utah, and they're in like bad shape. We don't have any around here, so I have to kind of keep it that way. It's my
Sure. I think we'd all like to keep it that way. Are you talking about specifically on mud properties, or are you talking about on homeowners?
Sidewalk today, I guess.
Well, there's no one on the side.
The collectors?
Well, there's some right here in this parking lot. Let's hear it.
A lot of limbs were cut, some ran, they were cut, and were sprayed.
And your oath.
So,
Okay.
sorry, this is my property, so
Yeah, that's correct. It's mud maintained property.
Yeah.
So the question then to LRI is, when we put together the three-phase approach, the sealing was definitely the third phase, and I don't know when we,
But it should, again, I think the general rule is that I did, you have 10 minutes. I mean, that's like the standard within.
is that correct?
I mean, it starts to seal itself all the time. If you come back a week later, the tree already starts to do itself. So,
But if you're out of the zone, the time frame, that's not necessarily true, because the mice could already be in there, cause the problem. Right?
yeah, we just started it right after the freeze. There's no beetles in the area.
There's none right now, I understand.
Well, right, we started literally the next day after the freeze, the ice was in. So when we got back out here, we started here in the parking lot.
Good.
So
I'm just asking about how we're gonna enforce, if it's in a private property or something.
That's HOA. That's HOA conversation. So we can look at the mud rules and see what they say. If they mirror the county rules, we can look into that. We do have a 3-phased approach, and coming back and sealing the trees is a 3rd phase. That's what we're operating with. And if the law says something different, then we'll have to change that plan. But anything like your neighbors and whatever, that's all HOA stuff. And so if it's an HOA covenant that it must be done in 10 minutes or whatever the case is,
County also has a law, I mean, you can be fined, federally.
so we'll take that into consideration when we're finishing the project. Well, I can't speak for all the neighbors and the homeowners. And we certainly have a bigger, much bigger problem with the preserve on our hands, which is several hundred acres of preserve that have, that we'll have to address.
Just thinking out loud here, tell me if I'm wrong on this thought. If the tree limb breaks, well, if we can't get over there to, it's open and exposed, if you can't get over there to it after a few days, I mean, once you cut off where it's broken, hasn't any potential damage already been done as far as like
Correct.
beetles and mites?
The timeframe used to be Valentine's Day loosely, 4th of July, but they changed it to February 1st to July 1st. So we're very close. We're in the danger zone.
The timeframes are put in place to kind of help guide people.
Right.
It's not a 100% pure science. And I mean,
But that's what we have to work.
correct. And to the point, if a tree in the forest breaks, nobody's out there sealing it. And there's even a lot of breaks in the trees that we haven't even identified because the splits are so hairline, we may not see that break for a long time. Generally, a tree will start healing itself over within the first 24 hours. And some of these limbs that were cut, or broke during the ice storm, we just now got cut yesterday. I mean, yes, any potential damage could have happened in that point in time. So, I mean, it's
I'm just kind of looking going forward.
sure.
Yeah.
And typically that is the governing practice. This was just a much more extreme situation that no one in, yeah. So, but yes, that is the practice generally. Like whenever we've done tree work out here in the district, we cut, we paint, we cut, we paint. But that is all stuff that's already there, and it's a more methodical process. This was a lot.
It's a lot of work.
Mhm.
If you were to cut, and so tree limb's already broken, it's already exposed. If you were to cut right there and then seal every single tree limb, how much longer would it take you? Just curious.
It's longer. I mean, it's it's just like any kind of factory line. You've got one guy going, we got the cutters going, and then you got your guys dragging, and then you got your guy behind spraying. So you lose a helping hand in the process. So out of a crew of 4, it's a 25%.
Okay.
So if we had done it that method, it would have taken 25% longer to get to the point we are at currently.
And isn't it safe to say we've been doing more triage than actual surgery? So the triage is naturally a little messier than the surgery will be when we can get to a more organized cleanup.
Correct. That is actually the best way to describe it. This is just simply a triage. I mean, a lot of the limbs that we're cutting right where they've already been broken. A lot of the limbs, by the time we even got out here, had already been broken for who knows how many hours, up to 24 hours or more. So yeah, I mean, you can look at the trees up and down the roads. I mean, proper cuts would be going all the way back to the Y. No, we're just simply cutting where it was broke, dropping, chipping, moving.
Yeah, so just to reiterate on the 3-phased approach, that most folks here probably aren't familiar with the 3-phase approach that we outlined, but the first phase was specifically to go in and clean up the collector streets and take down any limbs that looked like they were imminently going to fall. So that was completely first phase, and we're not even through first phase yet. Second phase is to come back and make the tree pretty and seal the tree. Now, we may have made a mistake in the sealing in deciding to seal it in second phase, so we didn't anticipate phase one taking this long. And we also weren't familiar with the county law or weren't paying attention to the county law at the time, or even the mud law, if that's a law that's on our books. So going forward, we'll consider that.
I have a question for you all. What about the limbs that are just laying there? Are they susceptible to infection?
No, it's
No,
dead.
it's not a concern.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just curious.
I mean, that wouldn't.
they're gonna be all, yeah.
Yeah, they're all on.
Yeah, most oak wilt is spread either through root systems, the beetles, or contaminated equipment. We sterilize equipment on a daily basis. It's common practice first thing in the morning. You sterilize your equipment, you know, and then immediately after an ice storm with the temperatures as low as they were, I mean, just insectual movement is at next to nothing.
In your opinion, when will this beetle make its first appearance in our current weather condition?
It's hard to say definitively because we've had such a very interesting winter. I mean, consider minus the 2 freezes now, it's actually been a very mild winter. So it's hard to say. Every year's different. Sometimes we see insectual movement a lot earlier. Other times it's later into the springtime.
Seen some blind ones, just right after the 2 days. No, they're not necessarily beetles.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for landscape resources or? Okay.
You're welcome.
Moving on. Why don't we jump down to line item number 8? I'm sorry, line item number 7. Skip over line item number 6 for later. And line item number 7 is receive update from Lake Point Homeowners Association and take action as necessary. Hearing none.
I think everything that our
Just a-
discussed has to do with number 8.
The fire break.
Well, no, the facilities, the cleanup.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So if there isn't anything further from the HOA, we'll move on.
Well, I guess one thing, we're waiting on another bid for the pool to get the pool repaired, and we'll get that going as soon as we can. It's been a long process trying to get bids from people because it's going to be quite a large amount of work. Because there's a big leak underneath the coping in the sidewall and the deck outside of the pool room.
Do we still think the pool is going to be ready for the spring?
We'll get back to you on that, Houston.
Okay.
We're fairly confident it will be. Hopefully, we'll get this last bid in by the end of the week and figure out who we're going to use and get them going right away.
Is that an issue, just like the amount of work to be done, or is it because of finding contractors to do it, or?
It's finding contractors that are willing to do it.
Okay.
There's not a lot of people that want to, pool companies that want to use the resources for how much time this is going to take and the amount of work that has to be done to excavate that part of the coping.
You guys have an estimate in your budget, roundabout estimate?
I have yet to see the first bid that came through, so no.
Yeah.
But we'll get the out roads.
Right.
We will get paid for.
Yeah. No special assessment or anything? And obviously you'll have to see how the response, this freeze response does to your budget as well. Okay. Well, I added one question for the HOA, and that is that we were collaborating on these efforts, and there were supposed to be some bids. Did Michael Husband send either of you with the bids that were received today? Or some of the cleanup, the staging area cleanups? Okay, you don't want to share them? Well, we can move into 8 right now. Let's close line item number 7. We'll move into the very next one, line item number 8 in first. In 8A is facilities subcommittee. So facilities subcommittee, sub bullet number 1, general maintenance. And that obviously should be, we should address the storm and the storm response as well. So you want to start off?
We've got one bid from Clearland, 2 proposals. The scope of work, one would be for drum mulching. And that would be assessed at approximately $3,000 a day. And that would entail using the drum mulcher and taking everything to all the 5 brush piles that we have now would be taken to 2 specific locations where the stuff will be drum mulched. Estimated time of completion would be 3 weeks. So we're looking at $45,000 with that proposal. Same company also submitted one for chipping as opposed to using the drum. The drum mulcher makes larger chunks of mulch, but they said they can run it through more than once and get it more to the size of a chip from the chipping. But the chipping is $3,600 a day, but could take 6 to 7 weeks.
What we're proposing to do is
A excavator, and pull the stuff into dump trucks and move it. Because if we do the drum roll, or the, whatever it's called, I want to say drum roll, but anyway, if we do the drum chipping, it can be dangerous because it flies around. So they want to have some areas that are away from, human consumption. So one of the things that was proposed too was maybe do it back here behind the clubhouse, let them stage back here on the mud property. Most of these would be mud properties, so we'll need your concurrence with that to be able to have them move forward. We think that they can start as early as towards the end of next week. And so they would move stuff to that staging area and then chip it up so that it's, or drum it up, whatever the proper thing is. And once we get that cleared out, we could have neighbors fill that in again if necessary. And then they would do that again. Meanwhile, today I saw just before this meeting on Nextdoor, the Travis County is coming up with something where they could come around and take stuff away from people at the curbside. But that's not, set in stone yet, but it looks like Travis County is getting with the program. So that might help for people that still have stuff, door to door that we can, but it says you need to call to talk about it. So that's probably something that both the HOA and the MUD need to do so that we get on the radar for that.
So we've been in contact with the county commissioner's office for sure.
I have not.
I have.
Okay.
I have personally, yeah. And yeah, they did suggest that as an option. There weren't very many details at all. And they also said there's something like 400 streets that are on the backlog right now. So yes, if there are individuals HOA wants to take up for the citizens in the, your association members that can't take care of it themselves, and the HOA might want to band that together. But otherwise, it's up to the individual consumers. It's up to the individual county constituents. I talked to Zara, who's in Bridget's office. Yeah. Yep.
Second proposal from DSS ATX. It would be using a skid steer to load up an excavator, tree stump haul off, utilizing dump trucks to haul off tree debris to be disposed of. So they would take it off-site And their rate would be $4,463 a day. And I don't have an estimate on how long they think it would take.
But that's complete removal and disposal.
Sorry?
That's complete removal and disposal, no storage, no staging.
Yes. Yes, and the first one, Clearland said that they could, for an additional $200 a trip, haul it away. So if we don't want to repurpose the mulch for the parks or anything like that, they would,
They'll take away the mulch, or they'll
away-
take away the brush before they mulch it?
yes,
Which one?
they'll take away the mulch and everything.
They'll take
mulch
away
it, then
everything.
They'll take it away.
Mulch it up and they'll sell it somewhere else.
So they'll remove the brush. What I'm asking is, are they still going to mulch it in our neighborhood if we go with that option?
Yes, and then they'll load it on the trailers and take it out. Yes. $200 a ride.
And then what is Dynamic Site doing right there on, I think it's on Sonoma right now? They had 2 trucks in there yesterday.
I think that was private. I don't think that
That's
was
private?
HOA, yeah.
Okay.
It was quite the setup, though.
Yeah,
2
they
big
had
dump
they had
trucks.
2 dump
Yeah,
trucks and
yeah.
skid steer loading it.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of the neighbors in the neighborhood are just doing everything
Yeah.
private. I've heard of a couple of cul-de-sacs that have all banded together and done it themselves. The county's an option. The county, some of the other options that the county can provide seem to be a staging area similar to what we've done in the neighborhood here, but bigger, I would assume. And they haven't given a location or a time that would be available. All they could tell us was West Austin. So West Austin, quite large. Don't know if that would be a viable solution for anybody who hasn't already put their brush in our staging areas. But the other thing is we were waiting for a little bit more information before we put like message out to, over our distribution channel. I know Michael's been putting out distributions as you get a little bit of information from the HOA and on Nextdoor. But we were trying to get more of an encompassing message to go out. It included several different options and services from the county. But I think it was we obviously put together the staging plan in collaboration with the HOA very quickly. The situation dictated that we acted pretty quickly. We did have a little bit of struggle with some of the staging areas shutting them down because we didn't. Some of them are very bound. We can shut the gate and nobody else can drop stuff off in there when they're filled up. Vista Point Park is not one of the ones that we could have just shut the gate, right? And as well as Napa, if anybody's been over to Napa Pond, which is the new fence we just put in on Napa, we had a really hard time closing that down. And in fact, people might not be dropping off stuff right now. So I think we learned that lesson that we wanted to keep it very bound to begin with, but we needed more space. And that's kind of what I was mentioning earlier. They're encroaching now in the HOA's park, right? People are continuing to load stuff, and before we know it, it will be up to the basketball court, just because folks are wanting to do something with their brush. So, but as of right now, the staging areas are closed, as you know. The HOA is taking closed to the extent that they can be closed. Right, exactly. Well, 3 of the 5 are closed, and the other 2 are the ones that I was mentioning. It is very difficult to close, Napa and, yeah.
Unless you're putting it behind the gate.
Yeah, we discussed behind the gate, and we didn't want to use that parking lot because we didn't want the traffic through that gate.
There's a decent area, there's 3 access to go in and else.
Well, and I took a request earlier from Michael Husband too, that there's a platform or sort of a platform midway down the hill, midway down the lake road. And I think that's a non-starter conversation simply because we've been over this and over this and over this, but passive passive access and passive recreation is all that's allowed in the preserve. So to open that up for construction vehicles to start hauling stuff down there, mulching down there, storing mulch down there, et cetera, is it would be against that.
Construction goes down there every day.
The PUA? The PUA has a, correct, for the PUA has an easement. Right, but they're also not stopping on the road or they shouldn't be parking on the side of the road and doing anything in the preserve. They're going from point A to point B, the gate to the, facility down there. But we've been over and over and over about passive access to the preserve. And it's just a non-starter conversation. And correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
I mean, not that you're gonna need it now, but my cousin, I believe, is correct, because when they cleared that land, the pipeline, when there was the leak, they did use that area for putting a bunch of mulch. So, I mean, it could be used for that again. It's been done in the past.
But they had a permit though. The pipeline had a permit to store that stuff there, to do the construction in the preserve, through the preserve. And we don't have that type of permit. That permit for us is expired from the inception of the neighborhood.
There's a preserve in the Carlsbad access road there. Now, they have built, not dump homes, they have spread homes out there along those trails before, years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's an option, I don't know either.
I think they're all going to be options. Yeah. So one of the very first things that we've talked about doing is opening up the mulch for residents to come get, right? We got to draw some parameters around that before we make a formal announcement. Come get some free mulch, but and seal. Yeah, seal. And that's definitely an option. So the first thing that we did was we devised some staging areas, and then we devised some mulching, or designated some staging areas, and then designated some mulching areas. And one of the mulching areas hasn't been touched yet, and that's right here on the HOA's property between the parking lot and the trail, crushed granite trail. So, and I recognize that's probably not that much space. The other one that we've done that's looking pretty full to me is Top Pond at Carlsbad. So the Top Pond at Carlsbad there's a nice cement blacktop platform down there that's rarely used for, and it's really just used for maintenance trucks, that we said, go ahead and fill it up. We're trying to keep the mulch off, and we tried to keep the brush off of established landscaping, because we're not interested in going back and sodding anything, right? Which is one of the reasons why we use Napa Pond, because that is, there's plans to reconstruct that area.
Is that mulch available to take now?
The mulch is there. We haven't made a formal announcement, but it's ready for taking yet. Because we need to draw some parameters around it. We just can't have 50 cars going in there, and it's really close to our Top Pond at Carlsbad, which has been a concern since we started it. And we've talked about barrier fencing or sandbags to keep that mulch from rolling into the pond, into that top pond. So it's something that we'll need to address very soon.
So one of the things that the AHA wants from you all is a motion or approval for us to use some of these staging areas for the mulch that Mike was talking about. And one of the things that Michael Husband talked about today was being able to have them come through our HOA lot like they did when they built the pipeline, and be able to stage the mulch over there so that it's not, one of the other areas they were talking about is right by the stormwater quality pond near Avenal, where they have a huge bunch of brush right now right at the other side, but there's it's a real steep slope there, and anything would go into your stormwater quality pond. Right. So the bids that we've gotten from people they want assurance from the mud that if we stage any of this mulch stuff and do the drum stuff on y'all's property, that we have permission for that. So that's something that we can't wait until you meet again next month for that. That's something that we need to get from you basically tonight, that of the areas that we've talked about, nothing is different. Well, there's the one by the stormwater quality pond off of Sonoma there, right where the preserve entrance is, by Avenal, where that one whole cul-de-sac is filled up now. mulch. And then over here, right behind the clubhouse in that lot, which shouldn't, it's a pretty flat, big area. That's like a preferred place to be. But we can't, since it's your property, we can't, authorize that without y'all's approval. So that's one of the things that we need, some kind of a motion from y'all that we can work with you and move forward, but we just
Yeah,
don't
is
have
that-
a month to wait.
So that's the only option that y'all came up with, was those two?
Well, they also want to do down where the collection site is off of Resaca, by the propane tank there.
yeah.
The gated area.
Yeah,
But we
so-
just need to make sure that the PUA can get in and out there because there's a lift station there.
Well, I talked to Michael about that earlier today. So all that area is owned by the propane company. So we wouldn't be able to give you any authorization. We have an easement to get down to our pond. And the PUA, I would assume, has an easement to get down to their facility. But they own that blacktop that we've used for staging. As well, that's not the only one that's privately owned. The WCT PUA owns the Napa Pond still that we've used as well. So there's some concern about us putting that on their property. Very little conversation about that.
Right, yeah, I mean, we're gonna want it gone as soon as possible, but it seems like the best place would be here behind the clubhouse, because they had so much staging equipment there when they put the pipeline in.
Mhm.
So here at the end of and you can get to it already because, it's easy to go to the end of the driveway here and go in there and dump the stuff off. So that's the preferred, that's what Michael Husband was talking about today. And we can pile a bunch of stuff up there. They can chip it and it's away from any danger of anybody nearby.
Are you talking about outside the big landscaping rocks? Or are you talking about moving the big landscaping rocks in order to drive back there?
I haven't looked at it today, but if we need to move a couple of rocks, I'm sure they will. They'll have the excavating thing just so they can get back there and do. I don't think they're going to go down far enough it would be this whole area right behind the end of the driveway.
Right, yeah. My concern, well, the first concern that comes to mind is that we've been really hounding the WCT PUA and the county about all of that became mulch instead of turf, or not turf, but instead of natural ground covering like we wanted. So that's kind of doubling down on that.
Well, I mean, we don't have any other place to put it. And this is an emergency, like you said. It's not like it's going to be there forever,
Mhm.
but that we need to be safe. And if you don't mind, if we put it on Sonoma, that's going to be more on the main drag where it'll be more of a problem. They said that they would cone things off and they would put construction.
And you're talking about Sonoma at Avenal?
So yeah, on the other side of Avenel, just as you're going up the hill there, where you have that big water quality pond,
Sure.
but that's downhill, so that's going to be real hard to get the stuff out of there. It's
Yeah.
going to tear everything up.
We looked at that place for the staging area and said, no way, there's no way to get
That's
it out
one
of
of
there.
the places they want to go.
And so I think before the mud or before I'm prepared to support it, I'll need a plan for getting it out of there. So it's enough to say you can go ahead and store it on our property, but that doesn't say how long it will be there, how it will be put in there, how it will be removed. I think we've made a lot of decisions necessary decisions in haste in the last 7 days. And I don't want to make another one and open up another can of worms about, okay, now we have a mulch staging area that we don't know what we're going to do with.
Well, are you all willing to have a special meeting then? Because we really can't wait for another
I think
month.
that we are going to need to have a special meeting
Okay.
regardless, because we don't have any proposals that we're prepared to,
Sure.
that
Okay.
we're
that's
prepared
fair.
to approve tonight.
Sure.
right? And we
That's fair.
can't leave this
We
for
just
another
can't
month.
wait for a month for
Yeah.
this, because we got to get this stuff that's collected out of here, and we don't know where to put it without, right. Right.
I don't know what to say to my house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely agree. And yeah, it's definitely in mind to have a special session. So, yeah. It's okay. Mhm.
And if we go.
What about the HOA lot that's up here at Andrea Ridge Cove? And I've had this conversation with Michael too. The only problem is, or one of the challenges to that spot, I guess I would say, is that it's turf, right? And when you start throwing mulch on the turf, it's going to kill it. So yeah, I mean, perhaps HOA needs to take them into consideration when you're deciding between which of these proposals is going to mulch in the neighborhood and which is going to remove it from the neighborhood. That's why I was asking the questions about getting to, I guess it was the first proposal that also threw in the second, we can haul it away.
The first proposal was the large tumbler that after it's all chopped up, that they can haul it away for $200 a trailer. And again, I would imagine that we'd be negotiating a 50-50 split with the mud or
For the
For payment.
staging areas?
for payment of the work.
For the staging areas?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we haven't discussed that yet, but I'm not inclined to pay for half of that, to have the board pay for half of that. I've discussed that with Michael Husband. The staging areas are specifically for the homeowners and for the HOA, not for the mud. And we've worked with you to facilitate the private property.
Currently, it's sitting on mud property now, though. So you're going to have to come up with a way to get the stuff off of mud property. Like, again, it can't sit there.
We've been talking about several solutions for getting it off there, but we didn't talk about funding.
Well,
And this board is not authorized to.
then if you're not working with the HOA, then,
We have been working with the HOA. Are you talking about funding?
well, again, aren't you going to split it? Wouldn't it be reasonable to split if you're going to move it off of a mud property? Wouldn't it be reasonable to work with the HOA and split the amount to get it off of the mud property?
Not necessarily. Not in my view.
Historically, we used to do possible a neighborhood like this, like lighting, walls, other types of things that affect the whole neighborhood. I mean, and we used to have a split three ways, so we had to mud to get third. And for something like this, I'm just surprised that.
So in this particular, but let me ask you this. In this particular case, are we talking about wrapping in the common areas? Because we're looking at a $50,000, $100,000 proposal for the common areas alone, let alone the brush that's come from people's homes that we've staged. So are we talking about splitting it 50-50 and throwing everything in the same pile? Or are we talking about only splitting the staging areas? Because as a mud, we have a larger responsibility to take care of all of the common areas that we currently maintain and our ponds, et cetera. Is all that stuff going to get thrown into the 50-50 split? Because if so, then I would think that if you guys are going to pay $50,000 for the staging areas and we're going to pay $100,000 for the rest of the neighborhood, I think that's a better deal for the HOA. So if we're going to talk about splitting 50-50, common areas have to be included, not just the staging areas. And at the moment, we only have one proposal for doing all of the common areas, including all the mud properties, and that's in excess of $50,000. So, yes. And we're going to talk more about that in executive session.
Well, we have our meeting next Monday, on the 20th, and so maybe this is something that we can take back and because it is unprecedented what's going on.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I'm just concerned that we've got all this, sort of open Pandora's box now.
And we have to figure out what to do with it.
I absolutely agree with that. Yeah.
Are there any commercial companies that sell or collect mulch interested in taking mulch? Does y'all know? I mean, I'm just asking y'all.
For free?
Yeah, I mean, it's something they can resell.
Yeah, but they can get it anywhere.
Yeah.
I can't, I mean, obviously, we cannot speak up and out.
Yeah, I understand.
But I know, like, the main two players in town, Austin Wood Recycling and Little C Landscaping, they do large brush clearing things in nature. I've seen their trucks, I've seen their equipment, particularly on like large acreage home development. So there are those options, but no, they're making money again with this on their dump sites right now. They're charging left and right.
Okay.
So you have to contract with them, but it is another option to get rid of these piles.
Where the old mulch is something else used instead of the hardwood.
The chip mulch? Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of options, how we can utilize it throughout the district. I don't know if this is necessarily the setting to discuss it, but there's a lot of opportunities.
Well, that's absolutely the plan though. And from day one, that's why we're mulching it here. So not only for kind of free for the residents to come get, but there should be plenty to go around for the common areas as well. And that's one of the things we discussed between the HOA and the board and our facilities subcommittee was we're about to, in the springtime, we buy mulch anyway, right? So let's kill two birds with one stone here. It's just become pretty obvious that we're going to have a lot more mulch than what we expected. And that's even before they mulch any of the staging areas that we've talked about.
Do we have an idea when we want to have a joint meeting with HOA to discuss sorting all this out?
The facility subcommittee, or are you talking about
Or do we have,
our board?
is it will be our whole board with the HOA to discuss that, or just facilities?
Not
with the
necessarily.
HOA?
I think we should do that through the facilities subcommittee and then call a special session and come in here with a recommendation for the board to vote on. Yeah, that's kind of the subcommittee structure that we're moving towards, have been moving towards for the last couple months.
And like I said, our meeting will be Monday at 6. So maybe you can, I know you're talking about all those things.
Mhm.
Because they said they could start next Friday. Anyway, we'll report back.
So let me just clarify, neither of the proposals that you have or any other proposals that are in the works that you haven't received yet involve taking them off site, involve taking the brush off site without mulching it. Is that correct?
I can say they both said that they would take it off site. It would be an extra fee to take it off site.
They would mulch it here in the neighborhood and have to stage it somewhere and then take it off site.
Yes, that
So my question is the brush itself. Is there any proposals in the works? Because in the two proposals here, you didn't mention that, right? And I understand there's a
The
third.
$4,600 proposal was to mulch it and take it off site as they do it. The one from Clearland, they can mulch it and take it off as they do it for $200 a trailer.
So option number 2, the skid steer and the excavator at $4,400 a day, that there's no estimate on how many days?
No estimate on how many days.
That's all, mulch it on site, but don't take it out of the trucks. Take the trucks and dump them somewhere else?
Yes, they'll take it all.
At
take it away.
that price, at that cost, $4,400 a day?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, look, I will say from the rest of the board, not part of the facilities committee, we have very little information to make any sort of vote because we are not allowed to communicate outside of these meetings.
Right.
So until we get more information, we really can't say anything. So I'm probably in the dark as much as, probably more than you guys actually. So look, I think both the MUD and the HOA will work together and we'll figure something out that makes sense for everybody. And there's gonna be costs to this. How this gets resolved, I don't know. But I don't think this is us pulling in different directions. I think there will be some common solutions that work for everybody. So I think we'll get there. How we get there, I don't know. Again, I don't have all the information, but we'll find a way to make it work.
Okay, one other thing, looking at the proposal again, is that the Clearland, using the drum mulcher, there's $3,000 a day. Once all the brush piles had been moved to the two specific locations that they were going to start doing the mulching, the price would drop to $2,500 a day, since they won't be having to transport the brush piles anymore. If that makes sense.
So the $3,000 a day is just transporting the brush piles, and then the $2,500 a day will be just the mulching?
Yes, after all of the brush piles have been moved to designated locations for mulching. And I imagine they could also, even though it's under proposal B, the $200 trailer loads can be applied to proposal A as well.
And is there a third bid that you're waiting on?
The third bid is on that.
Yeah, we figured the third bid would be the bid from LRI.
No, we,
I thought y'all were getting a bid from them. Is that just?
We have a bid for them for the public areas, not for the staging.
Okay, what are the public areas?
Everything that we take care of in the neighborhood except for the HOA property. So the collector streets, the mud lots, the 9 ponds that we have, the area, it generally includes the area in front of Napa Pond as well, but that's been excluded because it's a staging area. Yeah, so we haven't asked LRI for any of the staging, any quotes for anything on with the staging areas.
And what's the cost today for
Do you want to share that with them?
Just for the, I mean, I guess we would need to have some more detail, but I guess based off of what I've heard here this evening, there would be one price to chip and haul, and then there would obviously be one price to chip and bleed. So I need to look at the brush piles further, kind of get a better idea. Since I haven't been asked to chip them, I just kind of glanced in all. That's been asking of them. So I really need to walk around them and understand the depth and size that there is.
Would you have the manpower to bid on doing the brush piles? To provide a quote and to actually do the clearing in the near term?
I mean, I wouldn't give numbers if I couldn't perform the work, but just like anybody else right now, and when there was initial conversation about staging areas, you know, we do have the capacity that, you know, based off of the nature of everything, we're about a month out. So.
Okay, thank you.
That rings familiar. So that is exactly the conversation that LRI and I had with Michael Husband before we did the staging areas, was that if it were left up to LRI, they wouldn't be able to get to it for a month. In fact, we were informing neighbors of that as we went to their door and told them that there would be a staging sec right next to them.
We never got that memo.
Did Michael come to your door?
Michael's not from the mud.
No. And
Michael's from the HOA, but he's the one I've been working with the entire time.
option D is the Bobcat. Bob down from diesel and that is free. Bring your own.
Mm.
It's a huge pond.
So we did look at ponds, but with the stormwater, that could be a bigger problem. We could just compound the problem if you're storing it in in ponds. Also, the accessibility of most of our ponds is they're not accessible to be able to get trucks in there to dump off and trucks out of there. So that's why we've chosen sites like the blacktop areas that we have, the couple of different blacktop areas that we have. The exception being Napa Pond, which is all on the grass and where there should be turf, but there's not, in the sidewalk, and now out into the street, and of course Vista Park, Vista Point Park.
So have you all cleaned up this Point Park, the playground there?
Not yet.
No.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, it's clear.
Oh, good. But does that include the pond next to Vista Point Park? No, not the brush staging set, but any brush that's in the pond. So it's all gone?
There's only one really big tree around that. It's pretty clear.
Okay.
Do you know what the mulch situation looks like at the park? Does it need mulch right now? At the mud park? Vista Point Park, the mud park.
I mean, there was a small area that, all that with first grade. I wouldn't recommend using this mulch in place of kitty mulch. But that, you know, to y'all, I mean, there's a reason why they use.
So that's the first time I've heard that. We certainly didn't have that discussion when we were deciding to mulch it because we were going to use it. So you're saying that we shouldn't put it underneath the jungle gyms?
No, if you want to use kitty mulch, it's actually a safety measure. Why I think additional, why they went away using deep gravel in playgrounds.
So you're saying none of the mulch that we've created and is piled up at Mount Carlsbad and is going to get piled up over here should be used on the playgrounds?
Not in the actual playground.
Really?
It is your all's decision. The chip that mulch can be used in playgrounds, it was used for decades. Then somebody came out with a new product called kitty cushion mulch. It has more buoyancy to it than regular mulch does. So it's just a matter of preference. There's no like clause or regulation saying you have to use kitty cushion. The district has historically in the past over the last 2 years bought and we have installed kitty cushion mulch. But it can be used in playground settings.
Do we have any idea if the drum mulching is a better option for that?
Drum mulch is actually bigger than chipper.
So it's worse?
I wouldn't recommend the drum mulch
Drum
for,
mulches are the size of this opening right here.
They can
It's huge.
clear lines.
the chips that come out are gonna be like this, Terry.
Make it
The size of your phone or bigger.
If they did it a couple of times?
Yeah, they said they.
Comparable, but not better for, under playscapes?
Playground.
Did they ever allude to like, hey, if we have to recirculate this, how much more it would be for them to recirculate it?
It did seem to indicate there would be more, it just take,
Okay.
well, it would be more, in fact, it'd take more.
Yeah, okay.
So one of the other concerns that I have of either of your proposals is when you empty, say, Napa Pond, and you clear that space and it fills up again, is that included in your 6 to 7 weeks or your 3 weeks estimate? Or the second company's non-estimate?
No,
Yeah. Is there any way to gauge that? Is there any way to say, well, right now they're saying it's 3 weeks, but once we clear this area and it fills up again, it'll be another 3 weeks?
there's no way to gauge that, and at that point in time, with the resources available to the county and everything else, we may, of course, we're discussing with you all, but we may not do it.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on the demand. So we can put out a survey or whatever, but a lot of people right now are already taking care of their own stuff, but I imagine there are plenty of people who can't get those. So,
Yeah, there's still quite a bit around.
or like you said, the county, or you can set out for PDS, or bags, 50 bags.
Well, wasn't one of the issues too that some of these private companies were going and dumping them in the public areas that we had set aside, which kind of defeats the whole point of having those areas?
Well, we expected that though. So we expected a certain, well, I mean, there's half the neighborhood's contracting contractors to come in and do it. So we
Right.
can't really keep contractors out because the brush we assume is coming from, the majority of the brush that is coming from our homeowners, right? The neighbors.
Although typically when you pay for brush removal, they remove it out of the neighborhood.
No, but this specifically, we did the staging areas so that the homeowner could negotiate a lower rate because they don't
Okay.
have to pay for disposal. So I think that there was just off the top of my head, Michael had gotten a proposal for his own area and it was something like $600 or $700 to remove all the brush from his own home, and $300 of that was a disposal fee.
Right.
So that's why we said, okay, maybe their staging areas is a good happy medium for everybody to be able to take their stuff to staging areas and not have to pay the $300 disposal fee.
Well, a lot of people don't have pickup.
Right.
They don't have a way to get it.
Well, yeah. So we're eliminating the disposal fee. We're not eliminating the all responsibility of the homeowners. Yeah.
Well, and I'm just saying, I don't know how many of those people who were dumping, or how many of those contractors who were dumping it there actually gave any sort of discount
Right.
on the
Yeah.
disposal fee.
Well, we tried to put that, we tried to put that on the distribution that, this is a free disposal site and your contractors can bring your debris there. So I don't, there's only so much you can communicate.
Right.
I think one of the issues that was brought up by another homeowner was that maybe contractors were doing work in other neighborhoods, came into Lake Point with a trailer full of brush to do an extra yard, and they decided, oh, I'm just gonna dump, 6 or 7 other houses that I've done over in the Uplands or
Sure.
Falcon Head. I'm gonna dump it in Lake Point once I do this one Lake Point house.
Yeah.
I think that there's a chance that happened.
Sure.
Quite a
There's
bit.
absolutely
So-
a chance of that happening. And not only
I didn't
that,
see it
but
myself.
not
but
only
it was
that,
just a
but
valid concern I had.
another situation is a contractor comes into Lake Point, does someone's yard, is able to throw it there, drives to someone else's neighborhood and remembers, hey, there's a free dump site over here in Lake Point. So there's a lot of gotchas that we've run into over the last week or so. That's just another one of them. Right.
I mean, it's not to say that it was a bad idea. It was actually a great idea. And I think that it was a fantastic resource for the neighborhood. It's just that playing into whether or not there will be any demand for it in the future, I'm not sure how much there really will be.
Cameras at the park. Signage, there are.
No comment on the cameras. We do have cameras in other areas that might see people doing things that they're not supposed to be, but we haven't been monitoring that and policing that like that.
Well, we have a camera coming in and out of Napa, the truck leaves empty, they're suspect of that. We had somebody pull 3 houses today in one trailer. And I know I paid $200. I don't know what my neighbors paid. One had a whole tree. But, is that another resource? I mean, there's trailers coming around, these people are just knocking on doors. And making
You're talking about the cameras? You're talking about using the cameras?
No, I'm sorry, on my own. Just resources to get stuff out of here rather than some of the other options that would help.
Well, I think that was what my line of questioning was about. Are there any bids out there that are just hauling it away, not mulching it? Just hauling it away. So we met with TDS. One of the very first things we did was had a conference call with TDS, which is our trash provider. They said that they could bring in rolling dumpsters. Sorry? Oh, okay. Yeah, so they said they could bring in rolling dumpsters. That was in fact, you guys were on the call. We talked through that option and it determined that it wasn't the best option for us. I know City of Bee Caves has rolling dumpsters that they're shuffling out every 4 hours or whatever the case is, but it didn't seem like it was the best option for us. So we went in a different direction.
That mall uses a lot of mulch. Right next to it. We not work something with them. They're laying out mulch all the time.
The mall?
The mall right behind us.
Where do they put out the mulch?
Gallery.
I know, but because normally I thought I was seeing like the crushed granite. Are you talking about in walkways or?
It's their flower beds all throughout. Yeah.
Oh, they did recently put in concrete walkways, but they weren't gonna put it there anyway.
Yeah.
Those condos, apartments, wherever they are, all those buildings around there. Further option.
Yeah, so Galleria, the PUA might be another option as well. WTC PUA might have a need for mulch. they have plenty of their own lands, but we can see about, giving away mulch to them.
I think we need to set a time up, give it to the residents here first.
Yes.
To get first pick, first priority for whatever, acceptable length of time is, and then whatever the parameters are, just to say, hey, this is y'all's trees, go get first dibs before we start sending it out elsewhere.
Yeah. Anything else before we move on? Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I just think it's imperative that we get with the HOA so we can get this rolling, like ideally in the next 24 hours as far as sit down, if possible. It might be pie in the sky just to say, hey, how are we going to invite out payment? How are we going to get this rolling? Just because two of those spots, specifically Avenal and then Napa where y'all are, it's like these piles are ingress, egress points for people's houses. So I think possibly those two spots need to be attacked first. What's that? Pleasant Panorama, yeah. So I think those spots there.
Definitely, yeah. What you
people's
were
houses
referring
are
to
need to be
Napa.
attacked first, and Napa can be do that at the end.
Yeah, that's it. And that's the conversation that Michael Husband and I had as well, was that the two areas that probably should be addressed first are your area and my area, Napa. It happens to be my area, but it's
Avenal, because you have two houses on Avenal.
No, Napa first. Yeah, Napa first. So here's another consideration as well, right? So we own the land that's in the staging area right now for Napa, for Avenal. We do not own the land that's the staging area right now for the Napa Pond. So that's another consideration as well. So we're trying to inconvenience the folks that own that land as little as possible, and that includes the propane company. That includes the inconvenience of you with your easement, or you're allowing us to use your driveway to dump stuff and to haul stuff out. So we're trying to minimize that inconvenience, and that's one of the reasons why we would address your area first. And the private property is why we would address the second area. So Avenal, we can actually leave because we own that property that the brush is on. Sorry?
The map, are you talking about from the treatment plant?
What are you talking about?
We own that lot.
Avenal, HOA has a lot on Avenal? You familiar with that? Sorry?
We pay taxes. Are you having discussed the HOA? Because the neighbors were talking last year about.
You mind pulling up TCAD?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now. So over on the Avenal?
Where's There's a mud lot across from Avenal. I'm not sure.
Like really where your person is.
Okay, which lot?
So
behind, this is.
Got it. This one right here.
Yeah.
Issue is like that.
That is.
Yeah, I know people are filling up the back.
Owner information.
Even though they have it closed, I wouldn't be surprised if there's still one in dump in the middle of the night.
Sure, yeah.
Owner information, well, I'll be darned.
That's what I was thinking, like that, and
Okay.
then their
Wow.
houses first.
Okay, so yeah, I stand corrected. According to TCAD, that's HOA property. So. Well, so erase what I just said. It's still an entity's property. It's not a private property. It's not a private property or citizen's property, and there's no easement that's required to get there.
The map you're talking about is in front of the tree.
Correct.
Just to the.
Well, and now that's the same one I was referring to. It's encroaching on the HOA's park as well. It's moving up the hill. But yes, that's correct. Right in front of the brand new fence that we just built.
Still moving?
I mean, there's no reason to believe it's not. I guess that's the best way to put it. There's trucks down there all the time. Okay, so yeah, I guess with regard to the mud lot, or that not being a mud lot, then it's a different conversation, more of a decision of the HOA. I don't think that neither Michael nor I knew that was a HOA property rather than a mud lot. So when we designate it as a staging area. In fact, it was never our intention necessarily to go very far, to encroach very far on that land at all. We were more intending to have the cul-de-sac filled in, but the way it was very orderly, the first number of trucks that came in there, they lined that cul-de-sac all the way around and kind of gave everybody the impression that they weren't supposed to put everything in the cul-de-sac. But I had gone out there and marked with construction paint exactly where to put it, and there's, in fact, a big, huge open area in the middle of the cul-de-sac that I expected to be filled in. And it's more staged on the grass and then the turf than on and sidewalk than on the actual cul-de-sac.
Yes, I agree. We need to get our stuff together and get this figured out as soon as possible.
So it'd be be great to do the next 24 hours just to get some action on it, but I don't know. That's ample with everybody's schedules.
Yeah, so as far as our board acting is concerned, then we'll have to have the discussion and decide amongst the facility subcommittee, and then we'll need 72 hours to call a board meeting, emergency board meeting for 72 hours. So once we get a final decision, then we'll call a board meeting, and then we'll take 72 hours to get the board back in here to brief the board on what we're asking them to make a decision on, and then give them a recommendation.
So it would seem that at this point, we kind of maybe have the ability that y'all can decide that we can use this, and then we'll use ours over on Alcon. Something to consider, discuss it, because now we're down in one place. That's the mud, the other place is ours. Of the original two places we were talking about.
Well, yeah, you're not, so are you talking about using where we're actually staging, the actual staging area right now in Avenal for mulch?
They wanted to use over on your actual lot where the water column.
Oh, yeah, that's not
And that's, because there is a little part that goes down there, but because they need to be away from houses.
Yeah.
Isn't that a storm pond, storm drain?
First impression next to the street.
That's high, they can't really get to this. In the map that they sent us, if you go up just a little bit on Sonoma Road, it's still that same big lot, but it's closer to the next street than Sonoma Road.
Yeah, I don't think that's even, I don't even think that's a possibility. It's just,
So where is?
and also the mud lot the pond is not, we talked about that. It's probably not great to put anything in pond.
Yeah, it wouldn't be in the pond, it would be in the. But there's a big slope here, like you used to like sliding down there and stuff.
Right.
And then there's the pond, so the pond is behind it, there's a pretty big, and just want to dump it down in that area.
Okay. So we'll get the facility subcommittee together.
She means right here, I guess.
We'll take a drive and look.
Why not? See if the HOA parking lot.
We can make that decision.
Yeah, at one point we discussed that, and I think the HOA collectively or the board said it would be open to using half of the parking lot, leaving the other half undone.
What
But
is the
that's-
HOA parking lot right here?
That's a board.
Great place for people to pick up lunch too.
Is that going to block your construction for the pool to get any equipment in there?
Probably, if you do it.
One thing to consider too with mulch is that stuff can internally combust. Because you see it steaming pretty quickly. That one down there in Napa Pond was already steaming now. I know a lot of the mulch yards, just in what I do professionally, the equipment that we sell to, a lot of those mulch yards around like New Braunfels and San Antonio, routinely during the summer, one of them catches on fire. So that's why you'll see, even at Little Wesley, they have the sprayers going pretty much nonstop. Because those things can catch on fire just with no spark. Because you have bacteria, everything's breaking down. Gets incredibly hot inside those piles. I've seen entire mulch yards go up in flames because of breakdown. So that's another thing to consider if we're going to have it here.
Right.
Mulching, we need to be pretty cognizant of how
Yeah.
quickly we're getting in and out of here.
Without a plan or removal.
I don't know how long it takes for that to happen. Like I said, the one at Napa Park, I guess it was yesterday or 2 days ago when I drove by where that mulch pile is, it was already steaming during the day. So. Which is natural.
Carlsbad?
Carlsbad. So, yeah.
Yeah, the top Carlsbad, that's where we've been staging the mulch so far, and it's pretty full.
So that little bit is yours already smoking?
It's steaming. It's kind of like the I don't know if it's water vapor. Is that what it is? It's like the water vapors coming off. Okay.
But to your point, longevity wise,
Yeah.
it's not moved quickly as up and down rock, closely, but I don't know how clear that, but quite a while.
Yeah. So the last thing we need is to have a mulch pile that goes up in flames.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't know how long that usually takes that to happen or the amount it takes for that to do, but yeah, just a thought that, you know.
So is the HOA prepared to make a decision on a bid and just use the property that's in between the parking lot and the trail like we talked about? That's what Michael and I talked about it. Yeah, there's not that much space in there. I can imagine it getting filled up pretty quickly. But also, it's easier to get out. Yeah, sure, sure. Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you all. This is quite hard to be a public servant.
Well, everybody's in this together and everybody's trying to find, nobody has the exact right answer. And so we're all just kind of putting heads together. I appreciate everybody's input and, you know, we're kind of working nonstop for 7 days, even without power. So,
right.
So just to recap, it sounds like you're going to work with Michael and husband and maybe make some kind of decision tomorrow so that then you have 72 hours if you post it away tomorrow, you could potentially meet by like 10. Is that correct? And we could present that way, we could get stuff started next week, theoretically. I know you can't live there, though.
Right, yeah, I mean, as quickly as possible would be a perfect timeline. So the only thing we have to wait for is 72 hours notice. So once we make a decision and have a recommendation for this board, then then we can call a meeting. Yeah. Okay, anything else about that? The response, the freeze storm response, before we move on to other line items?
This is where we talk about our proposal for the work that is thus far. Since it wasn't in the landscape.
So no, I need to talk about that in executive session. So we won't be discussing that further tonight. We're going to table that for now and have a conversation during the executive session.
So when will we hear further information regarding that?
Same thing as with the HOA, as soon as we can. If we can wrap that into the same session, because we obviously are going to need a contractor to do our stuff too, whether it's you guys or whether it's one of the other bidders or whether it's a completely one we haven't talked about. Somebody's got to do the common areas. So we can't let that go for very much longer. And you stopped work now, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. So still in general maintenance, did you want to ask your questions about the fire break? Do you want to kind of a general update on that?
Yes.
So what I know about the fire break work that we had going on, and I can say that Nugget can fill in the blanks. So they were here for several months in the fall. I want to say 3 or 4 months in the fall. They took a break for the Christmas season or for the holiday season. They were supposed to come back in January. They did not come back in January because they were busy with something else. They were supposed to work through February.
They were supposed to start working February 1st and then work through that in conjunction with Lake Travis Fire Department. Currently with Ice Apocalypse, if you want to call it this, they cannot get to us to do their work that they were planning to do in February on the fire break. I have several calls into Lake Travis Fire to find out if they are going to be able to still show up in February and do the work in your section.
So
Is that
just to step back, we haven't done the fire break in years, as you know. The goal was to get the entire district done this year. So we've had people in since September. They were going to run straight through March.
Right.
And there's a section that we need the fire department to clear, and they were coming in
They're
March.
supposed to come in 1st of February.
So we had it scheduled for the entire district to be done this year. That's the plan. Now, as you've heard, things have gone sideways again.
Yeah, things have gone sideways in the month of February.
Well, and
so-
there's nothing saying that we don't have to redo some of that stuff anyway, right? We have to, one of the things that our fire break folks were doing and wouldn't go through is they were chopping up anything big that's fallen. And now they probably have to redo that because there's a lot more big stuff that's fallen. So there's nothing saying that, yes, you're absolutely correct. We didn't finish the first part that we were supposed to finish, but it's nothing saying we don't have to probably do that again next year and do a full-on sweep, which we didn't expect for and haven't budgeted for or anything.
What are we spending on that nugget? What's the daily rate?
17,
About 1,500 a day.
1,500, yeah.
So we're 1,500 a day and we were running probably 6-7 months to try and get the whole district done,
Yes.
right? Was the ballpark
We
timeline?
started September 1st and we're going through March 1st. We were going to quit.
Because instead of doing one crew, that's why we brought on a second to try to get it done. ASAP.
So since this is so important to get done, I mean, the fire break is, you know, a very important thing to get done and it hasn't been done in a few years. I guess our main question to you is, would it be, you know, okay with you if we were to hire our own landscaping company to clear the fire break for us, and then we split the bill with between the two of us? Because it has to be done. I mean, it cannot, like, it's a danger. It's not, we're not doing it because it's a, you know, it looks nice in the neighborhood and that sort of thing. The MUD's responsibility is to maintain the fire break, and it has not been done. So again, we're trying to not give you the bill. We're trying to ask permission to split the cost of doing it. Mm-hmm.
You're talking beyond 10 feet, you're talking, right? Or are you just talking about your 10-foot strip?
Right.
No, I'm not talking
Oh.
about the fire break behind our house and the houses on Pleasant Panorama goes down a lot more than 10 feet.
Right, no, that wasn't the question. The question is all homeowners with the approval of the MUD board, with prior approval of the MUD board, have a right to clear 10 feet away from
Yeah,
their
we've
fence.
done that. It's from there beyond.
That needs to be
that
done.
needs to be done.
And it can't,
I don't know.
Well, if you have a contractor that's willing to do that, why don't you give them to the MUD so that we can get the entirety of the area done? Why wouldn't that be a better solution?
well, he's not someone that, I mean, he does a lot of landscaping and definitely he's dropped off landscaping over at the piles by our house, and he's done a lot of work in the neighborhood, but he's not someone that's going to do commercial clearing.
Individual, he works for several different families in the neighborhood, just doing their yard.
I'd probably 25 to 50 families.
I have no idea.
So just to clarify, you were speaking on behalf as a homeowner now, not as a member of the homeowners association.
Correct. Again, I mean,
But yeah, but let me paraphrase what I think you're saying. An unknown area, an unknown cost.
The cost is $1,800.
For the entire area?
Yes.
we've got
So can we get this guy to do the entire preserve?
well, that's,
$1,800 sounds pretty
Behind
inexpensive.
our house, down, our house down.
we've gotten a bid for our house in the fire break because we realized that you probably wouldn't get to us this year again. And it's, like you said, it's been a number of years and it needs to be done. So we went ahead and got a private proposal to do it ourselves. We only are asking, not for the MUD to spend the entire thing like they would. I mean, the other neighbors are getting it for free. We're asking for the ability to split the cost. We're asking permission for you guys to entertain the idea of splitting the cost with us.
So I think that the question is more, the answer is more complex than that. And let me give you one example of the reason why. It's because the people that we had clearing and the firemen are trained in what can be cut and what cannot be cut. You're saying an unknown fly-by-night contractor that cuts your lawn, we're going to send them into the preserve to do an unknown amount of work at $1,800. Right? So the people that we had clearing and the firemen are very specific in what they're cutting and clearing and how they're doing it. We have no information about your contractor at all, as far as his credentials and qualifications for being in the preserve and doing that stuff in the preserve. And as we talked about earlier, it's much more important The Oakville situation was one example. It's much more important that we know who's in the preserve and what they're doing and that they're qualified to do that than your lawn care guy.
Right, we've talked to them, and it's just gonna be brush.
For the fire break that needs to be cleared, because the potential of a fire happening is a real concern.
It's overgrown with the grapevines, the scrub brush, it's just a mess. We're not talking about cutting down trees.
Yes.
So to clear the undergrowth is the base, is what it is. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
It's more than Mike and I can do by ourselves, and it's more than 10 feet. I mean, if you look at the rest of, by not doing it on a consistent basis, I will tell you that in just as being a person that lives in the neighborhood, that invites people to hire people to continually do it. Because again, they will do it. If you look beyond our house, it's not overgrown. People take it upon themselves to maintain that fire break. And it just needs to be done.
You're saying the neighbors are clearing the fire break?
They're
outside
not
the
cutting
town?
down trees. It's clear though. The fire break is maintained. That's what I'm saying.
Challenging because what if trees are cut down? Like what if things are done that should not be done? Then we are in an
We could
awkward
have Nugget
position.
come and inspect it. He's
But
done
if
that in the
damage-
past.
But if the damage is done, then there's
Well, yeah, Nugget would
issues.
come if you're requesting the 10 feet. Not
Mhm.
certain that Nugget would come out and do an analysis on the entire, I don't know how,
Yeah.
is it an acre? That you're talking about clearing an acre?
Well, I mean, this isn't the first time that we've actually had this done.
It was cleared many years ago,
Yeah,
back at our
it's,
house.
Yeah.
it varies depending on where you're at on that street to be either 10 feet wide or 40 feet from the fence line. So they all vary, just depending on access.
Was it the fire department doing that section or was it just the regular guys?
No, the fire department will do it.
And we had the fire department doing the more difficult areas though, for a reason, right? Like, so this is a more difficult area.
We had
than
heard that
others.
one of the reasons they hadn't done our section was because there was no access, but our house actually does have access. It's definitely accessible. In fact, they've
Right.
even put a chipper next to our house and mulch next to our house before. I mean, there's history in that.
Well, if it was an area that was supposed to be done by the fire department, you're not certain if they're going to be able to do it or not. So that's one of the
Right.
things
I
that
just-
Nugget just said.
Right.
And who knows when you'll be able to get to it to do it. And that's what I'm saying. It's
Well,
going
we
on.
have to do it by end of February.
Oh,
right?
you do think that they will get it done by February?
We don't know. I mean,
Yeah, that's my
I haven't-
my
what I'm
question.
saying.
We're gonna get down and it'll be another couple of years
Yeah.
and we still won't, we'll start at the other part of the neighborhood again. I
Well,
mean,
no,
it's-
like it's not like years out. It was not done because of COVID when no one was doing anything before. We addressed it this year, heavily engaging people to do it. And now we just had a massive ice storm that derailed everything. So that's a little bit outside of our control. It's not that we're not trying to get to it. I just
No, I
want to be
understand.
clear with the way this is phrased.
I understand,
Like-
but Nugget could
No.
probably tell you the last time
guess-
that it was done behind our house, and it's probably been at least 6 years, at least.
Well, probably because
Yeah.
because the mud before COVID was doing it every 3 years, doing a third of the preserve every year so in 3-year cycles. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that it hasn't been done for 6 years.
Mhm.
I mean, our goal was to do everything this year. Our goal was to be finished by March 1st. If we're not finished by March 1st, then we'll pick up again September 1st and try and get it done because that's our window. My plan is currently to keep hounding the fire department to call me back going, when are you going to get on it? You promised me the first 3 weeks of February and where you at? That was our schedule. So, I don't know if y'all want to enter into that agreement or not.
So Kelly, what's our liability with Fish and Wildlife if we let a private contractor in there and things go sideways? If we authorize this person to go in there and the job is not done to the level that we need?
That's a problem for the district. And
Right.
if you are going to give it for one,
Yeah.
what are you going to do for the
That's where
others
my
that
mind's
back
going
up to
to.
it?
We have 950 homes and probably half of us are on the preserve.
That's the
So-
difficulty. The only way you can ensure that you are maintaining the preserve in perpetuity like you're supposed to is for y'all to control who's back there doing the work. That's the reality of it.
Are there any other companies that you know of that do the same thing? I understand a lot of these guys are swamped right now, but another third we could get a number from.
I could try reaching out to any other tree
That's the only
companies. I mean,
Well, it's
Yeah,
tree, I
I
mean,
mean-
it's tree companies, right?
you're not gonna get
basically it's
anyone
just
right now.
tree companies that
Like,
we
I'm
would
sure
hire
about-
out.
And you're
Yeah.
certainly not going to get anybody at $1,800 a day or $1,500 a day or whatever, right? So if you're going to pull them off of a $5,000 a day job,
How much of the district is
$1,500
left to do?
We've got from the clubhouse down behind Sterling Panorama, Lake Stone, all the way to their house. And then from their house back down around.
we still
So
have that
as
to
a-
do?
Yes.
So do you have like a percentage of the neighborhood, of the common
The
area?
percentage of the neighborhoods done is probably 2/3.
So even if we attack that area next year, it's still not going to be done till Christmas, right? September, October, November, December.
Yeah.
Hard time selling our house, with a bunch of next, or brush next to it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I think the challenge we have
100% agree with that.
is you guys are responsible and would do a good job, but if we let you guys do it, we have to let everyone in the district do it. And,
Trees, you gotta remember.
but letting people in the preserve and authorizing them to maintain it, like,
That's the thing, is we have a bird in hand right now. That's where I'm all excited, he's willing to do it. And it's not, we're not talking about trimming any trees at all. All of them, we do have dead trees, but I was gonna have them take the limb that's hanging there, rather than wait for it, spray it off, cut it, fix it back up. I mean, that's neighborly to do that. Why don't you talk about it in executive session and then come back to us?
Preserve?
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. I do say, the challenge is you have to look at it from our point where we have 900 and some homeowners. And if we allow one special permission, it
And pay
opens it
for
up
it.
to
And pay for
899.
it. We're not just talking about the permission, we're talking about paying half of it too.
Half. It's case by case basis. HOA, I know, makes case by case basis on a lot of different things.
But the HOA,
You're not getting to it either. I don't mean to be argumentative, but you probably will not get to it this year and probably may not get to it next year. Who knows, we may have COVID again and it'll be, I mean, again, the MUD's responsibility is to maintain the fire code. And I understand that what has happened. I totally get that. I'm not, like, I'm sympathetic. I'm trying to help you, not hinder you.
but I don't think you're understanding the ramifications of us
No, I do.
allowing a single.
We totally understand what you're saying. And that's why we're not trying to take down any trees or anything like that. We're just trying to do underbrush.
No, and look, I fully get you guys would be good stewards and do it right. Our
You're
concern
ready to
is
set a precedent.
the precedent and us dealing with US Fish and Wildlife on allowing all the homeowners in there to do things
The
and how.
precedent has been set.
No, it has not. I guarantee you, we have not
It shouldn't,
authorized
it shouldn't
people
have
to
been
go
set.
back
That's
there.
what, and you're not ratting out your neighbors, are you? 'Cause
And we
that's-
are in the
No, I know, I just know that it's been done.
which, well, to be clear, it should not be done. And we are finding homeowners right now in the district for doing it. And we will find future people who do it in the future.
And then, again, that gets into that full balance. If the MUD's not gonna do what the MUD's responsibility is, then people will, and I'm not saying we're going to do it, because again, I'm here asking. They will take it take upon themselves to clear it.
Yes. So 2 years ago, we had Mayor's High School, right? A lot of things go, I'm on reserve too. So I understand that point. No one was able to come out with it. There were trees, cedars, all kinds laying over, bent over, and no one picked them up. So we did go cut them, but we left them laying right there, or we took them to that little road to make easy access. You know,
We haven't
because they were
done,
laying down anyway.
we haven't done anything.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. So.
Nothing has been
It's-
done in 6
It's
years.
gonna be pretty hairy back there. They do a really good job behind ours, but we're fortunate. But that was the first time this year that they've done like in November, when you said, sometime in November, since years ago. We had that ice launch 2 years ago, so I've been happy about it. There was so many things laying over, like, or now worse 2 years ago. Because it was 21 days or however long it lasted. You know? And so, but our underbrush is pretty much cleared out. We go kill the gray line, we just cut down. But they seem like have a different problem. Yeah, and I understand y'all's position too. But for some time, how far back is it? How much do you want?
We weren't clear to the original fire break.
We're just.
Because
How
our
far
original,
back is that?
no, what do you think, it's 40, 50 feet?
Probably 40, 50 feet.
It's where originally they cut everything and stacked it up, and I don't think they're supposed to do it that way anyway, but the way it's been done is they cut everything, they drag it to that 40 or 50 foot line and leave it out there. But we're not having them do that, we're having them everything, every bit of underbrush they cut, they're hauling out.
They have regulations that follow. I understand. But I'm not involved.
We have a vacancy.
Well, we can't go do it ourselves either.
Yeah, you've got us between a rock and a hard place and a fire hazard.
Right, but
Insurance isn't allowed either.
okay, we understand the request and we can talk about it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
There we go.
Thanks.
There we go.
Sorry.
Anything else on 8A1 General Maintenance Facility Subcommittee?
I don't have anything.
Ongoing stormwater basin maintenance project?
Nothing to add this month.
Okay.
What about, I guess the only thing is to make sure we don't get piles of brush being dumped. in
Yeah,
the
I
storm.
mean, that's
Like,
been a conversation this entire time, right?
No, I know, like,
We're not, the one place where there might be a concern is Napa Pond, right? So we have some very important drains on Napa Pond that, in front of Napa Pond, that need to be maintained and cleared. Or else a heavy storm or a heavy rain is going to fill up that whole low-lying area. So and that's been a concern of mine. I was out there for hours at Napa Pond trying to direct people to not kind of keeping a
Keep
perimeter
that
around
basin open,
the
that little drain area.
the drain area. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, good night. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
I just think we
No,
gotta make
that-
sure they don't get filled up with
Yeah.
debris and then we're gonna have to clean it out, like, again.
Yeah, right. If it causes problems to begin with, and then we have to clean up the problems.
Well, and I'm more worried about homeowners like dumping it in there because they just see it as an easy spot, or contractors. Right? Like,
Yeah.
but yeah, that's all I had, so.
8A, moving on to 8A3 kayak storage. I don't have anything for kayak storage. It's been a busy month. So we'll table kayak storage for next month. Anything further for the facility subcommittee before I move on? Any questions? There's been a lot of activity in the last week,
Yeah.
but you've gathered
No.
most of it from the
Yeah.
conversation.
We do have to figure out, and we can talk about it in executive session, how to work with the HOA and what's fair. Like, I don't know what the answer is, but we'll have to figure something out.
And because because a special meeting would deal with facilities, do we want to go ahead and talk about or can we talk about a amenable meeting date now, or do we want to do that at the end of the meeting?
You can, we can,
We can't really though, because we need to have some decisions first. And that puts us under pressure. If we say Tuesday, well, we're gonna have a meeting, that puts us under pressure. The same facility subcommittee pressure that we were on earlier
I'm not
today.
saying to necessarily call it, but just to compare notes on when.
Yeah, how can we do that?
What's that?
If we're not allowed to communicate about who's available and who's not.
well, you would do that, we can do that here at the end when we talk about items for future agendas. We can talk about, when do you want to meet next? What do you want to have on that agenda? That kind of thing. That's where I would.
And so we can all break out our calendars and say, not
Absolutely.
necessarily.
Absolutely.
Right.
Not necessarily
Pinpoint a
pick
date,
a
but
date
what's the
certain,
availability?
but.
Yeah.
Can we use technology there shouldn't be any reason why we can't use technology. So once we have a decision
Funny that you
made,
say that, Terry. Apparently there is, in the open meetings law, if you have a message board and you discuss on it, it is publicly available.
Mhm.
You can discuss things. Is that right, Kelly?
yeah, we've actually approached that topic before. We've never pulled the trigger on it. It's kind of a big undertaking,
I
but,
didn't know that. Yeah, it's interesting.
but yeah, a public message board.
Right.
But I'm thinking,
But then the public could comment too, though, right? So you
yeah, of
could
course.
be
Can the
like,
public, I think that it.
well, just because could get overwhelmed that if you were trying to plan a meeting.
Yeah, how does
Then
that?
you got people,
I don't think
pick
that-
up my
how's that
trees.
I
different
pick
think
up
that
my
it's
social
just
trees.
media.
for
Yeah,
public
you guys
deliberation.
you guys can ask, hey, I'm looking at, 3 meeting dates. Let me know when you're available. You're not deliberating the business of the district in saying, I can't come on Tuesday. You're just saying I'm not available. So it's easy enough for you to say, hey, here's 3
Keep it
potential meeting
limited, okay.
dates. Let me know if any of these work for you. That's what I would do for y'all.
Okay.
I would send an email saying, hey, the 17th, the 21st, and the 29th, let me know. Rank
Yep.
them. Let me know if you're available. And
Right.
then whenever I got a quorum, I'd go. I've done that,
Yeah.
to help
Yeah, I think that's what we'd have to
facilitate
do.
that. So it's just kind of y'all looking at your calendars if you want to at the end of the meeting and kind of throwing out maybe during the week of, fill in the blank. That's one way to handle it.
Yeah, except for we're gonna be in the hour of in the next couple of days. It's gotta be.
Yeah.
And we won't limit it to just evening hours probably. But anyway, anything further for 8A, House Facility Subcommittee?
But we do plan to have a little executive session here at the end to discuss.
Yeah, so that you guys
Top level.
can ask me some questions. Yeah.
Okay, moving on. 8B, Finance and Audit Committee.
Okay, this one will be faster than the last one.
Go figure.
So the audit committee, I know it's not a bullet point, but I spent some time going through the financials during the last one. Everything's in pretty good shape. I have a few things to go through tonight, but nothing extraordinary there. As far as budget amendments, I don't think we have enough color, but I think the tree cleanup's gonna take up some space in the budget that we don't have allocated. But if you look, can't find the page, but in last year's financials, we spent 700 and some thousand of the million we raised. So we did have a surplus of 300,000, for lack of a better word. This year we budgeted the full million, but that's generous with the district improvements.
Sure.
So my guess is we'll shift some of that around. when we
Landscape
get the
new
chance.
and subdivision improvements.
Yeah, which is not ideal to waste it on cleanup rather than improvements, but I think that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, and I spoke with Kelly about this earlier and she does.
You don't want to talk about what we talked about or you're about to waive privilege.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do
Do
that.
you recommend that we put together a budget for the emergency?
Oh, okay, sorry. I
No,
would
understand,
recommend,
yeah.
I would recommend that if you're going to have an expenditure that you don't have in your budget, that you go ahead and have a line item for it, put some money in there.
Yeah.
You may not know how much money you want to put in there, but put something in, you can always amend it later.
Are we allowed to discuss numbers that we need to start with, or?
Yes,
Yeah, of
under
course,
this
yeah.
under B1. Absolutely.
find the old budget line, but do you guys have a sort of ballpark starting point that we should maybe think about starting to reserve for in the budget?
So let me actually add one bullet point to that before we answer that question. The other aspect of this may be federal, state, and county relief and reimbursement for expenses for some of this cleanup stuff. Probably slight chance that might happen, but if that does happen, or the possibility is there, then we're going to want to have all of it coming out of one line item. We want a very finite number that we can point to that says this is what we spent. So that's another supporting reason for doing this.
So we'll create a new line then for it. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. So Nugget, if we want a new line, a new budget number, do we just use the next one in sequence, or do you have a preference on how we come up with the number?
I think we could just create it. We go 71213. Just put it under subdivision improvements, or do you want to split that out as a landscape?
Yeah, we need it as a
Something easier
separate.
for you.
It's got to be separate, but as long as it has an account number and we can.
As long
find
as it has an account code, we can make it whatever.
Do we need
want.
to decide what the account code is, or is your software
Can you
do
do
that?
Just give me, I put a number in.
Oh, you do?
Mhm.
Well, and I think what Jody's asking is, what's the last number in the budget, and what's the first
Yeah.
available number?
Whatever number suits your system is fine with us. But can we call it, what do we want to call it? February 2023 storm or something, just so it's clear
Okay,
what it is?
we're limited on title space, so
Well, Feb 2023,
Ice storm.
do storm damage.
Well,
May I
storm
suggest storm
preparation.
cleanup or
Yeah,
storm
storm
remediation, something like that?
Okay.
So that you're not, if you were to leave this in your budget for 24 or 25, you could just leave that name.
Okay.
If you just call it storm remediation or something that's a little more general.
That works. I like it. Storm remediation. Do that.
Storm fixing. Storm fixing.
Yeah, there's gonna be
Yeah. And dollar amount wise? I mean, well, we could talk about where it's coming from to begin with, and then settle on a dollar amount, but is it coming from subdivision improvements?
So we have 200,000 for landscape new and 200,000 for subdivision improvements.
Split it?
Let's take it out of both evenly.
Yeah.
And then how much do you think we take out?
Is that even necessary? Because
I think we need some sort of.
We're
dollar
using
amount.
those.
I would put something
I would-
something in it.
Just from experience and what we're all experiencing, I'd do 100,000.
That's what I was thinking too.
same here.
You think that's enough?
I think we start
start.
there. That's
I
a
think you
good
start
starting
there.
point.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to take 50 out of each of those accounts? So I'll make a motion.
Which
here shortly,
ones,
but-
which accounts?
So
I didn't hear that.
50,000 out of 71,204 landscape new. And then 50,000 out of 71,212 subdivision improvements. And then put that into the new account, which I'm not sure what number I'm gonna pick.
Okay.
but-
And I want to get clarification. We made an amendment last month. Do you remember what that was?
Yeah, we moved, it was 14,000 we moved out of subdivision improvements, 71,212. And we moved that into director's fees. 78020.
So now, so it is correct the way it reads today. We're at 24.5 on director's fees now.
Oh, was the new one in there? I didn't see.
That's kind of why I wanted clarification from you.
Yeah, that looked,
That sounds
that
right.
looked right when
Okay.
when I reviewed it.
All right, then I just wanted to double check that to
Yep.
be sure it was done right. Because I know I went to the office the next day and sat down with her and did it.
I think it's in the key.
It's also in the minutes.
Okay. All right, so I'll create an account number 72023. We are calling it storm remediation with $100,000 in it. We're removing 50,000 from 71204 and 50,000 from 71212.
Yes, you want me to make a motion to make this official?
Please.
Oh, I gotta wait for Scott.
Yeah,
to come
you
back.
should wait.
Let me jump back to this agenda then. So district insurance policies, Nugget was able to confirm we do have E&O insurance or D&O insurance. I didn't get a chance to call the other insurers just to see how we were, like if we are on par with others to get a bit more info. So I still want to do that. But the good news is we do have a policy in place. So that
We already did before we had all this discussion.
it was
Oh, really?
included before.
We went and looked
it's
it
2
up.
million,
I
right?
called and asked about it.
Oh, so the motion that we made doesn't, it's not necessary anymore.
So we didn't have to change or put a new policy in place.
Right.
I didn't get a chance to follow up with anyone though and just sort of confirm that the coverage is in line with what they see elsewhere, but I suspect it will be. But I still want to do that. But so that I don't have anything to report back as far as putting a new policy in place. But I do want to come back after I spend a little more time checking into it.
So leave it on.
Leave it on, please, yeah.
Well, so the motion that we made was you're still authorized to make changes to that if you
we-
need to within the thresholds of the motion that we made.
Which I don't think we'll need to, but yeah, I think we should keep that the way it is. Okay, so Scott's back. So I will make a motion that we adjust budget line 71204 landscape new, reducing it by $50,000. That we similarly reduce account 71212 subdivision improvements, also by 50,000. And we create a new account 72023 storm remediation, and that gets the full $100,000 budget line item. Anyone second?
I second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Okay. And Nugget, you'll circulate that in the next budget. That'll be
Yes, when I get Jerry tomorrow, we'll make those changes.
okay. So that was, I guess I should have said 8B1. 8B2 we just covered on the insurance. I'll move to 8B3, which was the budget amended. That relates to the emergency expenditure. So that's been covered.
Well, we actually,
Do we need to?
you and I talked about it, but the board hadn't. So if you don't mind me jumping in.
Yeah, please.
You guys had signed last month or maybe the month before the emergency expenditures resolution.
Right.
Jody had asked if I would expand that resolution to list all of your accounts, not just your bank accounts, and add an exemplar signature for the three who would be signing to that resolution. And so what's in your packet is the revised, what I called an amended resolution designating the signatory authority and that emergency authorization. That just expands upon what you approved last month. The only hard part here is you do not currently have a vice president in your, to provide an exemplar or to sign on anything. That doesn't prevent you from approving the amended resolution. We would just have whoever becomes vice president provide that information at that point. But that's what the difference is from what you previously approved.
So the change, if you want to see, it's very small, is page 14 of the PDF, the board pack. Section 1. I'll give you guys a second to get there. And then essentially before it read, the board of director hereby authorizes the district's president, vice president, and secretary as signatory on all district bank and investment accounts as reflected in Exhibit A. So we just added and utility accounts, and that being so the WTC PUA accounts, the AT&T account down there. If we ever go to do something, we have something that says we're signatories on the account.
Sure.
So just made it clean. And then the other
Or TDS contract or.
exactly right. Yeah, we didn't list TDS, but that's a good example. So Exhibit A now includes like our City of Austin bills, our charter, Time Warner, Travis County PUA, or Google account, just whatever we could sort of think of, we added. So hopefully that'll be enough. And then we added the specimen page on page 16 of the PDF. And now when we go somewhere, we go to the bank, at least we can just give them this document and they should accept our authority. So it should make it easier.
Yeah, do we need another motion then?
Please.
So I will make a motion that we approve the amended resolution designating signatory authority of the district.
I second. Any further discussion and concerns? All in favor?
Aye.
You know, hand that, and I'll sign it as we're moving on.
Yes.
Do we need anything further on 8B3 or is that good?
That's good for me.
Oh my gosh, look at all these signatures.
8B4, the investment policy. I didn't get to this with the rest of the finance committee, given everything that happened. But I will get back to you guys for next quarter to clean up those couple little nits that we have to do in there. So we'll get back to it. For the investments though, we should make sure we get that cash invested in, I think we talked about it after the last meeting.
Yeah, I transferred 200,000 to checking to cover our bills for the next 4 months.
Did that go through? Because
Yeah.
I didn't look like it, I didn't
No,
see it in there, but.
I did it today. 'Cause
Okay. And then also, I think there's another
But
million.
There's
sitting
$1
in-
million in the tax account, so I just need to get with you and see, because you were going to talk to auditor on funding the debt service, because you had questions about that.
Yeah.
So I was waiting to hear those answers before I moved money to debt service. And then whether we were sticking with 6 months, we go in a year, just depending on what we wanted to do. And then
Okay, I'm gonna be traveling tomorrow, next week.
then we call
I
you
can send you an
tomorrow.
email too. We can talk over an email,
Okay.
but I think we just invest it like short. Let's just get it into something
Okay.
because right now it's just sitting in cash and I don't
Right.
think PNC pays us anything, right?
Right.
So why don't we put even 30-day T-bills, right? Let's just get
Yeah.
something that's paying and that gives us ultimate flexibility.
Okay.
Let's do
What
that.
do you want to do for debt service? Do you want me to plan the 160 like original?
So
we
there's
can
that
cover our
158
payment?
number in the financials.
So 158?
It's 158,779. So that is the amount of debt taxes we've collected in prior years that have not been transferred to the debt service account.
Okay.
So that needs to get moved. Plus, we need to look at how much of the 1 million that came in this year relates to debt, and that exact full amount needs to get put into the debt account, less anything you've transferred already. So we need
Okay,
to.
yeah, I took 72.
Okay, so we can go through and reconcile
yeah.
that, but.
Yeah.
But for now, you can do the 158,779
Okay,
as the
I'll
first
do
step.
158 in the
And then
morning.
we'll go back and clean up this year's, and then we'll know we have exactly what we need there.
Okay.
So with that, we can approve, let me find that schedule here.
Yeah. 'Cause we,
So Nuggets investment schedule is on page 40. So I will, since I think we're doing this monthly, I'll make a motion that we approve the schedule of investments as shown on page 40 of the board pack. Just approve the presentation of the statement. Anyone want a second?
That, so all your motion is that we like the way that looks and we're going to go with it?
Just approve, basically we've been approving the event, we have to approve the investments on a regular basis, so we're just approving the schedule again this month.
So motion on the floor, we have a second?
Yeah, just waiting on a second and then we're good to go.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
and then next is just the bills that are in your packet. And my question on that is, since we approved these 2 proposals from LRI, do y'all want me to pay them when the invoices come in instead of wait till the next meeting?
Yes. Okay. That'd be mine. Do we need to have a motion for that?
I think if you just include it in your paying bills,
Okay.
if you say, the ones in the packet plus these 2, that'll cover it.
Let me just find that. somewhere.
Yeah, I need to, sorry, I need some time to actually open up that.
Nugget, that pillar repair, that was because the insurance company paid us?
Insurance sent us the check for the pillar repair, and then, so we're just deposited, and we'll
And then
issue the
kicked it back
check
to
to
the
the
HOA.
HOA.
Yeah, do we need to do anything special with that? I know we had a discussion about that nugget, and I kind of gave you the guidance to do
It's just kind
whatever,
of
whatever's easiest.
it's a in and
Kelly, are you
out.
familiar with that situation? And
Is that from the car accident?
Mhm.
it is, so there was two different claims, right?
Okay.
And for some reason, they sent us the check for the HOA's claim.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so,
The person who caused the accident, their insurance company sent?
Yes.
correct, yeah,
Oh,
Geico,
okay.
yeah.
Geico.
Okay.
And so they had sent it to us, right? And so we had a couple of options that we weighed, and I told Nugget just to go with whichever one was easiest, but I'm now rethinking that because it's convoluted, right? So
Yeah, I mean.
we show a cash check for $3,500 or whatever the dollar amount was, and then we show paying the HOA $3,500.
Yeah, I mean, it's an in and out.
Do we need to do
Mhm.
anything with regard to notation, documentation, or anything? Like, is that going to come up in audit next year? What did you pay $3,500 to the HOA for? That kind of thing.
I think if you've got the check, you've got the damage, shows that, I'm assuming that the insurance company line itemed out, because was it 2 checks or
Yeah,
1
they
check?
sent us a check originally for $7,000 to cover all the landscaping
It was 2
repairs,
checks, yeah.
all of that. That was what we filed the claim for. They
Okay.
sent us the check, we deposited it, we coded it back into subdivision improvements. It went back into that account line because that's where we spent the money from. And then, so that was fine. And then they sent us a check for the pillar repair. And I talked to Terry, I said, well, do we want to send it back to Geico and let them work their deal out? Or just for clarification, or ease of them, do we deposit it and just cut the HOA a check? And,
I don't know that I would deposit it.
well, we'd already done all of
It's too
that,
late.
so.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
But-
that's what I'm saying is, do we need to do something to sort of,
Well, then why don't we, let me write something in the minutes about that, that the check was from Geico for $3,500. It was sent to us, and that the district is going to cut a check to the HOA for the repair of the pillar. And I think, it'll be in the minutes. It'll show the pass through,
that we do that?
and that'll at least give you something in writing.
And here's the correct dollar amount.
Okay.
3464.
Okay.
We should make a note for the auditors too, because they're gonna have questions about
Yeah.
$7,000 of revenue in an expense account. Like they should see that as part of the audit. So we should just tell them in advance.
Oh, that's a different topic though. You're
Well,
talking about the
that's-
7,000.
Yeah, well, both, I think both need
Yeah.
to be,
Okay.
need to be flagged.
Other than that, that's all I had on the bills.
Okay, so let me get the numbers in front of me. Does anyone else have any questions on the bills before? I-
Not yet, but I need some time.
Okay.
If you don't mind. This is the first time I've looked at these.
This was a light month. These are all straight up utilities and
The director's fees one's in here somewhere though, right?
What's
they're
that?
paid quarterly.
But we were going to approve them monthly.
We're approving them.
We were going to approve them monthly. So the director's fees, yeah, so we didn't actually decide that.
No.
So we decided that we were going to review them monthly, and we left it open whether you were going to pay them monthly or quarterly.
Okay, yeah, see, I didn't tell Jerry about paying them monthly because we always pay director's fees quarterly. So,
So my intention was
I mean,
yeah,
if,
I guess,
if we need to change that, then we can.
yeah, I guess we're reviewing them right now, so that essentially we're if we do this on a monthly basis, they get paid on a monthly basis.
Okay.
That would actually probably be better than quarterly. since it's the new, it's a different dollar amount than it's not the typical standard dollar amount anymore. So what I would like to do is have that completely visible in the invoice, in the invoice copies,
Yeah, it's not
so
in
that
there
everybody
tonight,
can
so.
see. What's that?
Said it's not in the invoice copies tonight.
Okay. So can we plan on bringing both January and February to next month's meeting then?
Yeah.
And we'll do an approval. Is it okay that we ask you to pay those every month?
Yeah.
I mean, that way you're not carrying a balance. Okay, so we'll review that going forward. We'll review that on a monthly basis and get those approved on a monthly basis.
I mean, yeah, because typically if y'all did all of your meetings in January, those would get paid in the February bills. February meetings would get paid in March, so forth, so.
Yeah. So
Okay.
what I had sent you was the January stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
I made a note to put January and February together in next month's packet.
Yeah, and so just for a little bit more explanation about that. So we're talking about the director's fees, and we're talking about the forms that everybody has the access to fill out. And so on a monthly basis, Jody, I'd like to talk to you about doing that going forward. It's not a huge, it's a 5-minute thing, but then on a monthly basis, like on the 1st of the month, 1st of February, I sent Nugget all of January stuff, or
Yeah, I have it here, yeah.
whenever, for inclusion here in payment.
We can do that. How soon do you need it before the meeting? I guess I got to get it to you by the end of the month, right? So then it gives you the
Yeah,
first
it's
week
best
to
if
get
we
it.
can, let's try to cut everything off on the 31st.
Okay, we can do that.
Well, so we're going to do it on a monthly basis, right? That's my thoughts are we do it on a monthly basis. But say, for example, January 31st, if somebody worked January 31st, they're not going to know that. So they won't be able to give it to you on the 31st. They have to be soon after the month close.
We
Right?
can just cut it off on the 31st and that could go into February. We'll just report whatever's in the system as of Jan 31 and we can roll it till next month, right? We have to cut it off at some point. We could probably do it Feb 1st. It wouldn't matter, but we're going to have a cutoff point. And if someone hasn't put in time for the prior month yet, because they just didn't enter it,
Right.
that'll get captured in the next month, even though it's for 2 months.
Okay, so we can talk more about that, about how you would do that, because right now it's simply a spreadsheet that I'm filtering down to January, right? So if there are February things that haven't been paid, they won't get captured in that methodology that I'm using.
Yeah,
But we can adjust that.
Yeah, we'll have to make sure we track it.
Yeah, and then in addition to that, we'll have to make sure that you or Jerry track the amount out for each director, because it's going to cap off at 7,200. So we're going to need to know.
I think we figured that out for the whole year. It's one meeting.
It's 4 working days per month.
4 days per month
Or
for
is
the
it
whole
3?
year. Right?
It's 150
I know
per
we
day.
looked at that.
What is that? 7,200 divided by 12, 600
$600 a month, so that's 4.
Yeah.
4 working days?
Yeah.
So that'll probably get hit, actually. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we can check that.
Yeah, which begs the question, and I know we've already passed the budget line item, but we probably need to revisit that in not March, but like maybe May or June or whatever.
Yeah, we have 25 in the budget already, so we probably are short a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Enough about that. And I'm good with the bills. If you're ready.
Scott, Jason, any questions before we move to payroll? All right. So I will make a motion that we approve this month's bills in the total of $37,455.51. And in addition, we approve LRI's November bill of $1,200.42 and LRI's December irrigation bill of $826.90.
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Finishing up the finance section here. District's 5-year plan, let's leave it on the agenda, but I don't have an update. That's still something we're working on. 5-year strategic plans, right? Pay bills, so we just did 8B6, we paid the bills. 8B7, this one, it mentions insurance. Kelly, do you know, is this one sort of already been looped in as part of 8B2?
The insurance part is probably addressed by 2. The director's bonds are the things I just want to make sure that you have taken care of. That the water code requires $10,000 per director as a bond. So I don't know if you guys have done that in the past. If there's anything out there, that's why that's on there.
I don't know if we've actually done. You
I
were
don't remember ever doing one.
So 10,000 per director is what we need to do?
Yeah.
Do you know who people normally?
That's the
one you said?
the Victor that I sent you. You know, it'll end up being a few $100s as your invoice.
A year?
But what they will do is they will send all of you a form to fill out, you know, checking boxes on, you know, have you been convicted of a crime, blah, 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 blah. And you send it back and then they issue the bonds on that. But
Okay, so we'll work on that one for next month.
Okay.
Let's leave that on there then. Please. That was it from the Finance and Audit Committee, unless anyone has any questions.
All right, moving on. 8C, Preserve Committee.
I don't have anything at this past week. I feel like all that got rolled together.
Yeah.
With preserve stuff here, obviously, I think we're trying to attack clearly everything that's happening in common areas and things that everybody sees on the roads. Need to put together a plan. I don't know if you and I need to get together, kind of go through the preserve area to see what we need to do as far as larger
Probably need to get in
trees
there
or,
and walk it and
yeah. Do we need to go through probably need to go down all those walking paths or?
I think it's more than that. I think it's more than just a walking path. I think it's, you have to look at the
Inside
entire.
the- okay.
Paths. I will say, I went back there, we had a friend who said that she, you know, she does her trail run back there and that she ran into some pretty bad piles of wood and had to turn back. But first off, she recommended that she could volunteer her son's Boy Scout troop to go in there and help. So I went in and I took a look at it Sunday and I took some damage pictures and I can put them in a shared
Okay.
folder. But basically where I started, I went in over at Carlsbad and started walking on the trail, sort of that ridge trail over to the park road. And there were, the big issue was the oaks broke. And, you know, that's pretty easy. You just pick up an oak wood and just throw it to the side. The issue is the junipers or the cedars, they split and bend down. And they're sitting over the trail. And then where it gets really bad is over there at the draw at the spring, at the headwaters of it, there's this huge deadfall. Like just everything, it seems like kind of went down there. You've got all these dead branches, dead trees just bent over there. And while along the trail, you can get around the trees, by the time you get to the spring, you can't get around. I mean, you can kind of climb over it, and I did, and it was fun, but I don't recommend it. And if the rest of the preserve is anything like that, it's in bad shape. It's beyond what Boy Scouts could do in an afternoon. And we may need to consider maybe adding that to our storm mitigation or storm remediation, because cleaning that up, it's a mess. And like I said, I can put some of the photos in there.
My intention was always to include that, yes.
Okay.
For sure. That's why I was saying about the cost is going up and up and up. because we have several hundred acres that we have to comb.
Yeah, no, I mean, and you know, I mean, it's a preserve area, so part of nature is that, you know, you have storms and things fall over, but considering that it's also utilized for recreation.
Here,
And the whole-
can I jump in? And
course.
if I'm out of line, y'all tell me.
No, go
We'll
ahead.
let you know.
We have to remember, this is not a park.
Right.
It's a preserve. It's for nature, for birds, for animals, whatever. And the homeowners have become to think of that as a park, and we need to maintain it like a park. The same way with the fire break and the trails and all the other stuff. I don't-
Well, the
my
law is not that we
theory
maintain a fire
is-
break, it's that we maintain the preserve, and sometimes that includes
Yes,
a fire
and
break.
there is no law for us to maintain the fire break. There's nothing that says we have to maintain a fire break.
Right.
There's nothing in any of our rules that say we have to maintain a fire break.
Right.
So that's where I'm kind of jumping in. I mean, I understand people like using the trails and stuff, but I'm afraid if we start going down this road of trying to maintain it like a park, that's what the neighborhood's going to expect. And you
So
see
the
where I'm
only
going?
part, and so in relation to what he's saying, the only part that I think we should maintain like a park is the places that we're authorizing the trails to be.
Right.
Right. So that's not saying that we're going to go into the preserve way off of a trail and clear something out.
Right.
You know, we may take care of something that's in
The immediate.
yeah, that's
trail,
something that
yeah.
is in danger of Oakville, you know, or whatever. But what you're talking about, I think, is just making sure the trails. are
Yeah, I
clear,
mean,
right?
the trails are, I don't want to say decimated, but it's pretty bad shape.
Right.
Because I mean, it's pretty heavily wooded there. And
Sure.
then, like I said, the problem is the juniper, cedar, I don't know which one is it. I'm not a tree expert.
Right.
Which one is
It's
it?
cedar.
Nugget?
The
Is it
cedar elms or juniper, or not cedar elms, junipers. Everybody calls them cedars, but they're junipers.
Yeah, they're junipers. So I mean, I guess that we could make a special edition gin or something out of all the junipers that have fallen.
Yeah.
But,
Lake Point Distilling
yeah, exactly. Yes.
might help us pay for the wall.
For the peanut section. My name's David Lewis, the record.
David, if you don't mind, just grab one of the microphones that's available.
Let me get you one. I'm sorry? Let me grab this. I know that there have been some folks talking about wanting to volunteer to help clean up back there. And knowing what you're talking about, Nugget, about that there's some rules and regulations of what you can and can't do.
Right.
I wonder if there could be some kind of notice go out just in general saying, I know people are concerned about the preserve. We can't treat it like a park, but there's some things that we can do, but there's some things that we can't go beyond and do. So for example, if I decide to go take my chainsaw to the trees to clean them up, Nugget might not say that that's kosher to do. And so, but I do know that there's a number of folks that want to help out. And so to the extent we can, I think we ought to be able to use those resources, those volunteer resources.
And I totally agree with that. And that's why I mentioned the Boy Scouts. But the issue is going down there. I think that it is beyond what, just to begin with, there would have to be a lot of chainsaw cuts there. Also, we can't really go in there much during mating season, which starts in March.
So it'd have to be in the next few weeks. to
Yeah.
At least get
What kind
the,
of season?
Mating season for
mating
the
season.
yellow, what is it? The yellow-bellied?
Yellow
cheek.
Golden cheek warbler.
Warbler. I knew it was yellow in there. But yeah.
Oh.
And yeah, Scott, Scott, if I can go in with you, Nugget, if
Okay.
we want to set up a time soon and just assess, because I was pretty impressed with how bad it was just on that one section from Carlsbad to Spring. And I'll put some of those photos in there too.
would it be amicable if we had just like say, hey, we know there's in this section are these main trails leading down, the major ones, I don't know what the names of them are, but the major trails, hey, there's a tree laying across. Someone wants to volunteer to go out and just cut it in half, move it out of the way, out of the trail. Can we do that?
The volunteers have done that in the past. The Preserve Cleanup Committee has done that in the past, which has been Boy Scouts with Stephen Knuff and his kids and some of the others.
Penny was reinvigorating.
Uh,
I don't mind taking my saw down there and if there's a handful
Right.
of trees in the way, just kind of moving them and cutting them out of the way.
But you're just talking about trails.
Yeah, just
Right,
trails,
yeah.
just the trails where like, hey, like you were saying, you have to walk around certain ones or something like that. It's like an immediate, you can't get around it.
Right.
What about where the people mow?
I mean, you've got folks that come out and mow, like the area behind my home. They have those riding lawnmowers, ZTRs. What about that area? Do they need help picking that up so they can mow?
Where's your house?
Right here, Sterling Panorama.
Sterling Panorama.
So he's talking about actually this property here that we're on, around his fence line over there. So there would have to look at the mowing schedule, but I don't think that's a regular one, and especially right now in the winter, that it gets done. That doesn't get done weekly. But
The ponds are monthly.
but sorry.
So the ponds are once a month.
Monthly. So is that considered a pond up there, that area? But also, we're kind of touching on the same thing, similar as what the Burschnicks were talking about, right? So
Exactly.
just because we're not paying them doesn't mean that somebody needs to be authorized to go do it, and that this board needs to authorize that, and et cetera. But I think when it comes to the trails, I think we have a right to
Remove
to
the
clear the
dead
trails.
trees.
But
off the trail.
area like you're talking about, I don't think we have.
No.
We can't give kind of carte blanche to everybody to clear area behind their house. And not only that, it's a preserve, right? It's supposed to be natural state, and so
Exactly.
so for example, the fire break folks, we had this discussion a little bit earlier, David, before you came along, but the fire break folks, when they encountered something that needed to be chopped down, they would chop it down and cut it up into pieces and leave it splayed around, right? They wouldn't remove that from the preserve because it's meant to be in the preserve. Now, obviously, if it's a fire hazard, it's a different story, but the same thing is true of the area behind your house. If something has fallen in there and it's not causing immediate danger, then yeah, it's preserved. It's supposed to be left.
I think just the general population that wants to kind of help out, they may
Right.
want a little bit of instruction or guidance there.
Well, I think what I was mentioning is that Penny was trying to reinvigorate the Friends of the Preserve. There's a it's essentially your preserve subcommittee. You can make it as big as you want.
So here's like an example of it. So you got the whole tree. It didn't actually snap. So you've got that big juniper and it's just bent over onto the trail.
Wow. That's on Carlsbad Trail?
Yeah, that's on the Carlsbad Trail.
And
So-
it makes it even worse that the juniper tree's in full
bloom.
It's an evergreen, so it's full all the time.
Right.
So
But yeah, that was just on Carlsbad on the Park Road Trail. And there's multiple trees like that.
So what's interesting is we got to get people together in the next few weeks
Right,
because we have to be done by March 1st.
right.
And we have to contain people to only stay to the trails.
Right.
I think the logic is if we clear the trails, people stay on the trails. If we don't clear the trails, they're going to be everywhere getting around the
Making new
trees.
trails.
So we can
right,
actually
and
minimize
actually
damage.
that's against the preserve
Like-
rules, right?
Mhm.
The preserve rules state that you're supposed to stay on the trails.
Yeah, and so I believe this is here at the spring. It looks like what happened, a bunch of that grapevine got pulled down.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's wound up there with the
Oh,
tree.
you're never
and
getting
you've got
across that.
snapped oak in there. And it's repeatedly like that.
So is it enough just to say the Friends of the Preserve? You guys as co-chairs can organize something with volunteers?
I mean, I've never done a whole lot of clearing like that before.
Yeah.
It just seems like it's gonna be a lot of work. I don't know if we have the manpower just volunteer wise to go back.
Well, and you need a few people to know what they're doing to sort of lead the
Exactly.
charge.
I don't.
Well,
want-
I would hope that folks in the Friends of the Preserve would know what they're doing.
Well-
Somebody, I mean, appoint a couple of folks that seem knowledgeable about that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to picture all these weekend warriors going back there with their chainsaws and something.
Well, yeah, they'd have to be with you guys supervised, right?
I can't supervise someone with a chainsaw. I mean, you're a contractor though, aren't you, Scott?
Yeah, I love using chainsaws,
And,
but
and I actually have a question about that too, and it's more of a legal question, is if you guys get together with the preserve subcommittee and I'm a volunteer on the preserve subcommittee, can I go out there and help them? Or can I not be in the same vicinity as these two guys?
Under our direction.
You just can't talk about mud.
You're not going to be talking about district business. You can,
We'll be
there's
talking about what tree to move, that's district business.
well,
No, but I understand what you're saying.
you know, you're not going to be voting, you're not going to be talking about things you're going to vote on. There are exceptions for social activities,
Parties and
for
stuff, yeah.
training, for those kind of things.
I mean, what are
you
we
know,
gonna do when the
because-
swim team comes around?
Yeah, I
We
mean,
can't all be in
and
the
that's,
same-
and that's social. So, you know, you can be there because you're going to be talking about what your kids are doing.
You're a
Okay.
volunteer
Entire
homeowner.
road that's stamped over.
In a trail
Exactly.
or on a trail?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, so put me on the list. I'd like to help with the chainsaw
okay.
and clearing, et cetera.
So it's a
Okay.
wreck.
Is that what Penny was working on before she left? Because she and I had meetings outside of here
Yeah,
Okay.
to try to gin up that effort.
that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there used to be a committee called the Friends of the Preserve, and it was, I don't know how many strong it was, but they would organize periodic efforts like that.
But just to confirm, you're saying that everything needs to be said and done by March 1, right?
Yeah, we can't do anything in the preserve after March 1.
Yeah. I mean,
So there's only 2 weekends, like not counting this one. It's only the weekend of the 18th, 19th, and 25th, 26th.
Does it have to be an organized event?
No.
I don't want to tell people
It
to
has
go
to be
back
a
there.
supervised.
So if I had a free afternoon, I mean, I'm in sales, so it's like,
That's a
take
good
calls
question.
on
Is
my
it-
phone from the,
Can a director just go down there without?
can I go out
a-
there and clear a few off the trail? I'm
I-
literally make a few cuts, move it out of the way, go next week, make a few cuts, just move it out of the way.
Well, it's going to take more than a few cuts.
Well, I mean,
There's
just
a lot of brush,
figuratively.
and each of those I think could take a person, some of the larger ones I think could take an individual at least a couple hours to figure out. And I'm not trying to be pessimistic. It's a mess. Because you have so much brush back there that got tangled up with everything that fell.
When does the season end? So if you can't do March 1.
March 1st to July 31st.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So the spring,
it's prohibited.
the best
for
part of the
sure.
year to be back there is,
So you lose the trails for the season, basically.
Is there an email list that we can access that just send out a blast email to the neighborhood, all 800?
We have a distribution list, yes, but I wouldn't want to do, we could send out one blast, but then give a specific email address for everybody to reach out to.
Mhm.
Right? And that would go to the co-chairs of the preserve committee. Right? So rather than, but yeah, we could send out a blast. We could put together a communication and send out a volunteer
Yeah.
blast.
We could
but-
make an alias that they could reply
But
to
again,
the
the same-
volunteer.
Yeah.
are
and
we
we-
allowed to also just text individuals we know that have experience in this, just text them individually, hey, I'm going to do it this afternoon, you want to come join me?
Sure.
We ever do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
I think
think
you're
there's any
gonna need
limit to the
some
number of people
manpower
that can be
to
there,
do
sure.
Okay.
More
Or
bodies.
any, there's no rituals,
Like, I'll help.
anything you need to swear
I'm away
in
next
or
week, but
anything.
after that, I can help.
Anybody
So
who
we got
would want to
2.5
join.
or almost 3, well, let's call it 2.5 weeks to get it done. I mean, an afternoon or two during the week and then maybe a weekend.
But there's still the
before
legal question before we move on from that, though. There's still the legal question about whether anybody, including a director or a couple of directors, can go do that in preserve.
Well, it sounds like historically it has been done. That's what it
Yeah,
sounds like.
we've done once or twice a year, we've done a Friends of Preserve Committee cleanup weekend. Go down there with chainsaws and, I think there was a person that lived in the neighborhood at one point, owned a company that had wood chippers. So he donated his chipper to the cause and everybody went down there and cleaned trails out, chipped it all up and left it where the kayaks are.
So you're good with that?
Um,
You're good with that?
These are my bosses.
As long as we stay on the
Somebody
trails,
get a
I think,
chipper?
as long as we trail, what's that?
If I can arrange for someone to give a chipper?
You can find a chipper in this county right now?
Yeah.
You're not gonna find a chipper
Maybe
for
More
hauled
power
in
to
from-
you.
it may be hauled in from East
If you
Texas.
find that, then bring it back to us because we'll use it for everything.
We need to start out with chainsaws.
Yeah, so why don't you put together that?
Okay.
We can get with Jody and we can put together a message for the community, kind of collect names.
Maybe the weekend of the 18th and 19th.
You might want to schedule 18th and then do a second one on the 25th, right? Like just.
But
Short
going back to the
notice.
conversation we were having earlier with Burschnicks, they have to be supervised, right? You can't just be a free-for-all.
Do we bear, like, if somebody goes back there with a chainsaw and loses a finger, do we bear any liability for that?
Yeah, you have they're volunteers.
Good to have them saying all sign waivers.
That you'd be protected. You wouldn't need the waiver. They're volunteering they're volunteering in a nature area. So, it's,
That's any injury at all?
Yeah.
Sprained ankle, falling down a ravine,
yeah,
Walking down a trail in high
airlifted out of
heels.
there?
yeah.
Well, it's the question of if they're, as long as they're volunteering for us, we don't have any liability for them using power tools or anything.
Mm-mm.
So do we want to continue this conversation into a paid contractor that we want to come in and give us bids for cleaning?
There's no way you're gonna find
Yeah, I
anyone
don't think
before
anybody
March
does this
1st.
quick.
Right, yeah.
I think, yeah, the best we
agree
may
with
have to do is just get as many people as we can in there and just start clearing it
Just
out.
clear the trails as best
Bring
we
your
can.
At
saws.
least try to send an email blast this weekend or something like that. Hey, maybe we can coordinate next week or the following.
Probably need to specify this as trail cleaning only.
Oh,
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, it's gonna have to be very descriptive.
Yeah, very true.
And the email doesn't necessarily have to be down to the Nats Ask descriptive, but
Yeah.
when you guys get together with your committee, you have to be very specific with them.
All right.
Do we need to talk about C2 in executive session? Issues with replacement trees?
I can say that I believe all of those issues that we discussed have been resolved favorably for the district.
Nice.
Good, great.
Okay, awesome.
Awesome.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
C3, any other issues affecting the preserve that we haven't talked about yet?
Is the gate 100% done? Did they do all the last little
I've got
nits?
left 2 messages with them already. I've signed and the approval and sent it to them. They just haven't contacted me to set it up to do it. And I've left a couple messages with them to call me back just when they were going to schedule it. And I haven't heard back from them yet.
Okay, but it's like a day's work for them to
Yeah,
finish it up, right?
it's 2 hours or 3
Okay.
hours worth of work.
So we're close, okay.
But so
You're talking
far,
about
I
the
haven't
loop,
heard
right?
any complaints. Gate's been working fine. So.
Okay.
I went
Oh,
down-
if we were doing Friends of the Preserve and everybody's volunteering, are we allowed to like, okay, hey, everybody throws it in the back, your saws and all your equipment in the back of the vehicle, we drive the vehicle down to the park, area to park, are we allowed to do that? Like down, like the main towards like the rowing dock, the swim dock?
Yeah,
Since
I
it's a
think so.
volunteer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as it's not commercial dump trucks
yeah,
going down there.
yeah, okay.
And again, the liability of all that is covered.
Yeah, I mean, what you don't want to do is have a parade of vehicles
Yeah.
going through there,
Yeah.
because obviously we're still trying to maintain the preserve as the preserve.
Right.
So you don't want to have 15 cars down there parked, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's still gated, it's still totally fine.
Yeah.
What about something like mules or four-wheelers to go down the big trail to haul your stuff?
No motorized vehicles at all.
Not
No
supposed to be any
motorized
motorized
vehicles.
vehicles.
You mean on the?
Not even
on the
bicycle, actually.
blacktop Or on the
Sorry?
blacktop or actually into the preserve?
On that rock top, just strictly on the rock top.
Oh,
Just to be able to bring fuel and.
yeah, it's just a slippery slope is all.
Yeah, because
I mean, we allow golf carts though. You
Sorry?
drive your golf cart down there.
Well, he wants to drive on the trails, on the Gray Rock Trail back to the left. It takes you back and around and down.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I mean,
you and I
the
can
only
go do
time
that.
it's driven on is when we're doing the actual fire break work. We take a tractor and a chipper back there.
Right.
No,
I don't think we can open up Pandora's box with the ATVs or
I think that.
I was just
Gator.
thinking maybe like a mule.
gators or,
So you don't have to haul your saws and gasoline for someone.
unfortunately, I think the best you can do is get on the lake road and then park on the lake road and you'd have to walk up the trails.
Both of them.
Or on the Carlsbad Trail, you could probably, you can drive up to the end of the cement, the mud lot there. But yeah, you can't really drive because we also don't want to set the precedent that it's okay to go take your ATV or your gator in there and
No.
be tearing stuff up.
Well, unless Nugget had one and only Nuggets was allowed to use.
I don't think so. I mean, I'm open to talk about it, but anybody think that that's,
If we're legally allowed to do it? That we're,
I think if that it's one of the open the door, you've opened the door.
Exactly, yeah.
that's my point.
And so,
Agreed.
the less activity that you have in there, the better off y'all are.
Just knock on wood somewhere, the motorcycle kids have quit.
Yeah, they're done. I think they moved out of the neighborhood for sure. Okay, Preserve Committee, how about C4, roadway access and permit renewal?
Don't have anything.
If there's nothing to discuss this month, is there anything to discuss at all?
I don't think so. And Kelly, we'll
Yeah.
we'll have a meeting of the minds on that at some point.
Okay. Would you like for me to take any of these? I mean, I can take off C2 since things have been resolved. I can say remove that from the agenda. Would you like for me to leave C4 on or take it off for now? Preserve Committee.
You need some explanation about what it is. 'Cause I don't.
No.
I need
think-
some explanation
I think
about what
that's
it is.
just talking about whether we can use the roadway and then whether and when we need to renew the permit.
Yeah, there was some discussion a few months back about would you want to try to go through the process of renewing that 10A permit?
Right.
That's where that came from.
Right.
So, I mean, if it's not anything y'all want to touch on for a while, we can
The
remove
10A
it.
permit is right now is expired, right?
Right. Yeah, you don't have a current 10A.
Okay, so you want to make a call or you want to leave it on there?
Let's leave it on for now. Kelly, maybe we can
Okay.
talk soon.
Okay, anything further about from the Preserve Committee before we move on? Moving on, 8D, Communications Committee. 8D1 is district's digital accounts updates if necessary. So we have, still have Penny's email to deal with. Did you set up Penny's email auto reply? Yeah, but what are you gonna do? Were we gonna archive her email the same way? Oh, okay. 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 All right. Yeah. Just it's on the spreadsheet, so whenever you get to it, whenever you have time. Yeah. Then and all you need from me is my password, right? Yeah. So I don't remember. I have a password manager, so probably, but I don't know. Yeah, and I don't mind you diving in there when you get an opportunity to. If the password's the same, go for it. But kind of, do we need to jot down that policy, kind of like the steps that we did for Robert, and now we're going to do for Penny, so that it's kind of written how we do that, and the 5 different steps that we need to go through in order to do that. Is that a long-term solution? Is it? Okay. Okay. So what happens when I leave the board? Does it get transferred onto somebody else and they get all of Robert's and Penny's and anybody else who leaves between now and then?
I think by then, though, if it's been a couple years, I think those will just stay archived. We'll have them if we need them. But I don't know that the new president needs Robert's emails from 5 years ago.
Move those folders to their own location.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're already PST filed, right? They're already in there now. And well, Penny's probably isn't yet if you haven't done that one yet, but the PST files can live in there forever. The doesn't necessarily need to be in my inbox or whoever takes over my inbox after me.
Yeah, I thought it was just in your inbox just for convenience, just to access it for now.
It is.
It's not, yeah.
It's exactly correct.
So,
Yeah, and I'm accessing it all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. But once sort of that activity dies down, we'll probably remove it and just have the PST file. But yeah, we could document what we do just so we know for next time if it's 5 years from now when we do it next.
Yeah. Yeah, please do. And we can put it on your spreadsheet too, so you can do it at your own, at your own leisure. But yeah, that's probably a good idea to have that documented exactly what you're doing so that we can make that a repeatable process.
So we remember in 2 years.
Yeah. Do we need a preserve distribution list?
I think we should. Do you want like Are we calling it Friends of the Preserve email address?
I think just preserve at. Keep it
Yeah,
simple.
that's what we need, yeah.
You can call your committee whatever you want, but just keep the email pretty simple.
So preserve, is that?
Preserve at.
Yeah, preserve out, yeah.
Is that okay with you, Jason?
That's great.
So Doug, can we add that to your list then? I'll add it to the spreadsheet, but I just want to verbalize it. So preserve at Lake Point Mud, and we're making a distribution out of that similar to facilities at.
Penny might have set that up. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
did you create that already? I think we may have set it up as an alias, but when we went through this conversion, when we started moving them all towards mailing lists, I'm not certain if that one got moved or not. It could have.
Okay.
But the co-chairs are Scott Mincy and Jason Rue Hunter, so they should be on that as well as probably Nugget, right? Since he should be on all the distribution lists. But then, will they need to come to you to add people to that then, or do they have the access and power to add to people? No, I'm sorry. When they invite more people and their committee grows? Yes, just let me know. So you'll need to tell him specifically the email addresses for anybody you invite. If you want them on the distribution list, like not everybody on the facilities is on our facility distribution list, just a few folks.
Yeah, you may or may not.
But that also opens you up to them getting all the emails that anybody sends to Preserve. So if we use that email going forward, if we put it out on the website or whatever, and people send random emails to the Preserve, I mean, generally speaking with facilities, they are facilities related. I would assume they will be Preserve related, but anybody you put on that is going to get an email in their inbox that says, "Can I clear a fire break?" Okay.
Okay.
Anything else about D1 specifically?
No.
So moving on to D2, the website, IT issues and ongoing requests. So with the website, we had talked about last month, we had asked the committee chairs to take a look at their site, each of their sites, and provide some notes and provide some thoughts around what they want to do with that. That seems like a very open-ended request, but if you take a look at the Preserve website, right, within our website, just note things that you'd like to see changed, or anything you'd like to see added.
There's a lot of info in there, just some of it needs to be updated. You'll see there's a lot of stuff about the pending pipeline project that hasn't been updated.
Yeah.
So they're just little things we need to clean up.
And we do have in a more longer term that we really probably need to start working on, Jody, is we have the rules, right? We have the requirements that we're supposed to be addressing, right?
Yep.
And so we want to kind of try to chip away time and start addressing some of those. And so you'll probably see some of those showing up on your spreadsheet, on your ongoing request spreadsheet, and give you more to do during the month. Any IT issues or anything that needs help with?
I think so.
Pretty good, okay. And we just talked about the ongoing request spreadsheet. So there are a couple of things out there to do. So D3, records management, or historical records and records management.
Nothing really new to report. We're transitioning more and more stuff to the web, to the server, to the Lake Point Mud network. But it's nice. We're building it as we keep using it more and more. So it's actually becoming a better data source. And things like the resolutions that we pass, I'm getting from Kelly and saving. So this resolution that we passed today on the banking and signatures will be saved down. So if anyone needs it, it should be easier to find. We shouldn't have to chase Nugget or Kelly to get it, hopefully, in the future.
And so, and that goes back to a request that I made earlier, that we start to catalog the signed proposals for not only LRI, but some of the others as well. And that we'll start to catalog those and keep those electronically. And then do we want to start to address the records, the historical records? We've talked about it in the past, but we've got to do it at some point, right? And we know it's going to be a big, huge, daunting task, and it's going to be hard for everybody and expensive, but we do got to get on that at some point. So that's the D3 historical records
Yeah.
and sort of making soft copies. Okay, anything further for Communications Committee before we move on?
One thing, Terry, if you don't mind, tell it too, is that like they try to do differently with description, is better. Last week, was there anything we could improve?
I know that there's a couple of issues. One, when the transcription comes down in the Word format and we're looking for the timestamps, the timestamp doesn't show for everything. And so we still have to go in to the actual meeting and look for the timestamp for the thing because the Word format doesn't show it. The video transcript itself, I believe, will give you more time, more of the time stamps, but that's the one issue that we were dealing with.
If I can find something that, like a different program that stamp it in seconds, would that be sufficient, 5 seconds? Or what would you-
Yeah, or a minute even.
Even just a minute?
Yeah, because what we're trying to do is, if that works for you, because that's on the key decisions, the timestamp. So if it was, 5:15 as opposed to 5:15:47.
Yeah.
I mean, to the minute would work.
I think that's close enough.
Would that be good? If that's good enough for y'all? Okay.
Happy compromise. Yeah, we don't need to get it down to the.
Yeah, so that's the only thing that we have is in the Word format. It was just, every 5 to 10 minutes it would show up, but in the video transcript, we're getting.
Very nice, just briefly, Google Meets will not do that, so we do have an audio device here that I'm running the same input, all microphones into, so it will be a good audio recording. I could see if I could find something like that. If I can do that, would that help?
It would help on our end as we're.
Now, what if we elected to go to that for the time? Is it still okay, or would it have to match up with the video? Because this will be starting just 15 seconds later. Problem?
If you do it per
Only-
minute, it should be fine, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
close.
that matters to them, not me. I'll put in whatever
Yeah.
timestamp shows up, but it's just, if you guys
We're just
know.
we're putting the time of key decisions up on the website. So if someone wants to actually listen to it, they can go to the video and just watch that section instead of watching the 4-hour meeting. So as long as you can get them within sort of the minute so they can find it, that's all it's meant. It's not meant to put them to the exact second of the video, but to get them in the neighborhood to watch it.
It'll be within a minute.
Perfect, yeah, that's fine.
Without any.
Yeah.
I think within a minute,
yeah.
we're fine, yeah.
And the only other question I have is, because I haven't looked at how this lays out, when it's up, do you have the option to have the agenda showing and maybe click on the agenda item and run to that section of the meeting? Is that one of the options?
Probably not. That sounds pretty sophisticated.
Okay, I was just curious
Like a
because.
PDF.
Well, it kind, I've seen and some cities, and they just have a bigger budget.
Sure.
Will have their video going, but you can also have their agenda up, and it'll highlight as they hit the next agenda item, during the meeting.
Yeah.
But after the meeting, if you said, "Oh, I just want to listen to item 15," you go in and you click 15, and it pulls that video at that point.
Interesting. Yeah.
I'm confident we can do that, or we would have someone, need to have someone marking bookmarks in live.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Well, and I just didn't know. I mean, that
You can
could
do
be.
that.
Wait, oh, sure, yeah, because I'm really good at IT, y'all. You don't want me doing that. I was just curious.
So all of this conversation, aside from what we want people to be able to do, begs the question: are we making it easier for meeting minutes and this, or are we making it harder?
I think it's incrementally getting better because I mean, the hardest part has been the sound quality because we're in a big chamber
Right.
that just echoes, that's been I think that's been the most difficult, is to pick up, the particularly people talking over here.
Right. And that's why I hope it's better tonight, because we made that announcement before.
It's still an uphill battle getting some people to just.
hold the mic.
So something they just don't, I mean, it's.
Yeah.
annoying, so,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not even just forgetting, so I don't know, I'll see if I can still come up with something that would be better quality in the middle. Was there a big jump between last month's and the previous?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I say. I see that it is improving over, and Letty's letting me know that it's improved over time. And so I'm just, trying to throw out what might continue to make it a little simpler.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's exactly what we need. Anything further for communications subcommittee?
Nope, not for me.
Moving on, procurement committee.
Did the RFQ make it into the board book?
No, it was just emailed to everybody as far as I know.
It was?
Was it emailed?
I thought you had sent it to
No.
everybody. Oh, I didn't know
sent
that.
it to you
I
and
don't
asked
think
to
I
put
got
it
it.
in the.
Oh,
it's
I'm
okay.
sorry. No,
Well, we always got next month.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. No, I just.
Well, and the rush
totally
is, there's
blew
no
that.
more rush right now because the Napa Pond is
Right.
covered with brush anyway.
Yeah,
So
that's kind of what I figured too. But yeah, I actually did go over there and walk around a bit a couple weeks ago and take a look at it. It's actually a bigger undertaking than I kind of originally thought it would be.
Oh.
So one thing I did make sure to put in the RFQ was the ability to take bids and manage a contract. Because I don't think that one agent or one organization is going to be able to do that. I don't know what your grand idea is for it, Terry, but.
well, it's changing. It's got to change now.
Yeah, it's got to change.
So, and the grand idea that was presented is not relevant anymore anyway.
Why do you say
It
that?
wasn't, because it wasn't very detailed, and that's the reason why we're going through this whole exercise.
Right,
Because
right.
it was basically, it was a mock-up, and not that we can't do something similar to that, but we can't use that because it's not like
Can't use what?
the mock-up that was created. You're talking about Napa Pond, right?
Right.
Yeah, there was a mock-up created by LRI
Okay.
of like a visual mock-up, and we can't really even, it's not biddable.
Okay.
And that's the reason why we're going after this, is
Right.
because we need something that's
We need
biddable.
someone who can create it.
Ultimately, they would have to do the plans, and in order for them to do the plans, they got to go through all the rest of, all the design elements of everything.
So Jason, I apologize. I'll make myself a note. We'll put it in the March regular meeting packet,
That's cool.
unless you want it to be discussed when you meet for a special meeting.
No, I think it's kind of a back burner thing right now. We've
Okay.
got bigger items to take care of.
Any other procurement committee stuff?
No? Wait. Oh. No, that's it for now.
Okay, moving on, outreach committee. We're still in line item 8F, outreach committee. So with regard to number one, I haven't visited the PUA again since we spoke, so I don't have anything really to share with you. Anything to share on one?
And he hasn't sent us any updates, right? They only meet every 2 months now, right? So it's
Right.
hard.
Well, there would have been a January meeting, right? After,
So he owes us one update then. And then, like, generally, I find it odd that the WTC PUA does not have diesel generator backups, that when they lose power, that's it, they're out of business. That seems shocking to me. That
is that what the boil water and what notice was about?
yeah, they had no power, so their pumps, something was down on their end and it wasn't working properly.
But did they specifically say they didn't have diesel generator?
They lost power on uplands and sort of part of Lake Park. So that's what shut them down, did them in. It may be a question for Jason as to what their disaster recovery plans are, because it's shocking. Like when I lived in New York, we had Sandy, and the issue was people had generators, but the gas stations either ran out of gas, the ones that were open, and the other ones didn't have power, so they couldn't pump gas. So after that, every gas station in the state has to have a generator, so it can run and sell gas when the power's up, because you need gas to run everything.
Right,
I'm
yeah.
shocked that our water authority doesn't have diesel generator backups to at least run for 24 hours or 48 hours when power goes up. That seems
I can answer to
shocking
that
me.
a little bit.
What's that?
I said I can answer to that a little bit. If everything was built today, to today's standards, it would have generators. But when all of that was built, it was not required. So expense-wise, to put generators at, you know, especially one big enough to run their raw water station, you know, you're talking massive. They've got one at the sewer plant over here. They've got one at the other sewer plant. I don't think the water plant has one. I could be wrong. Jason could answer that before I could. But yeah, right now they're not, I mean, TQ is not real. You've got to have it tomorrow mindset. So
I get
mean,
it.
I'm
but-
dealing with it down the street too. So.
Yeah, I get it, but not supplying water to
Yeah.
however many people that
Yeah.
entity serves because they don't want to spend money on a generator. And if you think of the cost of the generator and spread it out over every user over the next 5 to 10 years, it's nothing, right? Like it's dollars a month per user, like if not.
You're right.
So
It's
I
probably-
find it shocking. So anyway, whenever we speak to them, I think we should sort of maybe add that to the list, maybe their disaster recovery update or disaster recovery plans, because I'm shocked the state of Texas doesn't mandate that they have something to not have all of us not have water. Like, because everyone's pressure was down, they couldn't get the water they wanted, then they switched to the boil water notice. Like, I don't know how far we were from not having water. Like, I don't know how close they got.
Yeah, I never lost pressure down the street. We were still.
I think it always seems to be Falcon Head that gets the worst service.
Depends on
they
the
had it
pressure
down to-
plane, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so we can keep an eye on their agendas for their session, and we might see that creep up. If not, we can ask Jason about it next time we come in and see. I mean, is that within our purview to ask our representative?
Absolutely.
Make sure. Okay.
Yeah.
His answer is going to be, well, we're keeping costs flat. That's sort of his standard answer.
Well,
We're not raising costs. Like,
Well, we can give them
but yeah, anyway.
we can give him influence that we'd like that to, him to bring that up in session, right?
Or maybe there's something I just don't understand. It's not possible, but anyway, it'd be worth hearing their side of the story.
Money.
No, I get it, but even if
Yeah.
it's $1 million, like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's a big enough district and
I
enough
totally
homes,
agree with you.
right?
I
Like,
totally agree.
like my water bill is anywhere from $200 to $400 a month. What would it go up? $2 a month for, like, if they went across every house? Like, it cannot be a material number spread out over that much of the district. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but I don't know.
Maybe they could increase what they make new development pay too.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
new
I'm not
development
sure.
pay for everything.
And modernize what's
Yes,
already
and
there.
modernize it.
Anyway, sorry, that was a sidetrack. Let's move on.
Yeah, anything further about WTCPUA before we move on to HOA? So moving on to HOA F2. So obviously there's been a huge collaborative effort between us and them on the cleanup efforts, and we've discussed that ad nauseum tonight. So I won't go into that in any further detail. 2A, Resaca and Sonoma boundary fence project. So we just recently started talking about that as well. There's nothing to report there, but that conversation is happening. The Lake Point Docks project 2B, there's really nothing to report there either. We're aware that the permit for building 1 is time bound.
The clock's ticking. Yeah.
Time bound, yeah. And then 2C, Collector's Corner. So the Collector's Corners, the Collector Streets, if those of you aren't familiar, is Resaca here in Sonoma, going that way, as well as Napa and Bayton. And there's decorative corners along those that we've started to talk to the HOA about, the historical maintenance of them. And again, I won't bore everybody with the details, but that's a conversation that's going on as well. We can't redo those corners unless we get commitment from the homeowners that they're going to irrigate it, or we go with something that doesn't require irrigation. So it's going to be in the works.
Okay.
Terry, you mentioned the Resaca Sonoma corner. What was the other one?
Oh, Napa
Napa.
and Bayton.
It's far.
Those are our two. Those are our
BAY?
four- Yeah,
Yeah,
BAY, yeah.
Okay,
Those are our 4 collector streets. So those are 3 entrances, right?
okay.
Dayton, Napa, and
Yeah.
Osaka, and then Sonoma's the main vein that goes all the way down that
Okay.
way. Then they're just collectively called the the collectors. 8F3, collaboration with any other government, with any governments or private entities on issues affecting the district. Nothing for me. Jason, anything?
No, seems like you actually got through to Zara the other day.
Yes, I did. So I was just about to give an update on that. So we did have some collaboration with other entities and governments specifically. So the first one was we did a conference call with Austin Energy when we still had about 120 homes out of the neighborhood, out of power. So we did a call. There were several mayors from surrounding townships, and there's a few of us from different MUDs, and then there was a number of people on from the city of Bee Cave. And to be honest, I don't even know who else was on there because it wasn't public to know. But we talked about the fact that we still had out. They tried to answer questions as they were asked. We didn't get tons of answers, but the next day we did get the power back. So that was the main. I'd rather have the power back than answers. So we left that meeting feeling like that was kind of a waste of time. We just spent an hour for them to say no comment, or you know, we don't have any answers for you. And then as Scott and I were at Napa Pond doing cleanup efforts, the trucks rolled by, went down here for like 5 minutes, rolled out, and that was it. Everybody had power.
Was it just blown fuses?
I have no idea what it was, but and they were trucks from San Antonio and Houston, and they had all kinds of different names on them.
So
Yeah. So whatever it was, they got it fixed pretty quickly after we had that conference call.
Well, so one interesting thing is, like, on our corner, we lost power on the freeze 2 years ago, and then the cold snap this December. And all it is in our transformer, there's a fuse that blows because we are sucking too much energy out of it. Austin Energy sends a truck, they fix it in 15 minutes, they pull the old one out, pop it in. But the guy who serviced us said, you guys are maxing out on your transformer. Austin Energy needs to upgrade you.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, but good luck getting them to do it. My guess is most of the neighborhood is maxing out on these 20-year-old transformers that weren't built for multiple HVAC systems on every house, for Teslas, for all that.
Right.
This is going
Bitcoin.
I think this is going to become a neighborhood
Bitcoin
issue.
mining.
This is going to become a neighborhood issue where I don't think I don't know who's responsible for it, because the developer probably went cheap. But Austin Energy's taking it over and billing us. I don't know who's responsible for the infrastructure to the neighborhood. Because our guy, when he flipped our switch back on, he could tell, and we had a couple people that weren't home and didn't flip theirs on, that we were maxing out as soon as he turned it on. So he's like, this box is not big enough for this corner.
Mm-hmm.
It's just next cold snap, it's going to pop again, and then you wait for the truck to come on.
Why
and
is it a
fix
cold snap, you know?
Well, because everyone's HVAC runs at full blast, and then our pool pumps kick on, so it's just not built for that kind
They're
of energy.
all electric homes, and those are Austin Energy's responsibility. They put
think
those
so,
in.
right?
They are.
But getting them to service it is not going
they
to be
won't.
easy.
They told me when I had that issue down the street that the only time they'll replace them is when they actually blow up.
Till it melts, basically, yeah.
Hmm.
So ours is proven it will blow as soon as it gets like to a real cold snap, which is right when we need it to heat our house and keep our pools from freezing. It's gonna pop again. So the service guy was really nice. He's like, just write them nasty letters, but it's not, they're probably not gonna fix it.
Well, and we don't even vote for, because Austin Energy is a municipal utility for the city of Austin.
Well, I
And
think
we don't even vote.
We're an afterthought for that.
the logic was that they're not properly weatherizing the system, and they know it's a weakness, and Texas is pushing everyone to be ready for winter weather sort of thing, that they're not like building enough sort of buffer in the system to handle the cold. That would be sort of the way we would go about it, but again, who knows?
Austin Energy may just tell you to buy a more efficient HVAC system.
But what happens when
Might say, though.
my neighbor buys a Tesla, though? Then it's going to pop
No.
every weekend, right? Like
Right.
it's kind of weird what's going to happen. But I don't know if that's what happened in these neighborhoods this time, if it was that kind of demand when it got cold. But my guess is it was the same thing because it's a really easy fix.
Well,
They
there's
just have to
there's
come
a,
up with
yeah, in that particular case, I'm not sure what the cause was either, but there was compounding factors because we had residents in the neighborhood calling and saying, I don't have power. And they would make all the way through all the automated stuff. And then they would actually speak to someone and someone would look on some computer system that they were using and say, yes, you do have power. We show you're on the grid right now. We see you have power. And they're sitting in the dark in the freezing cold saying, I don't have power. And Austin Energy thinks they did, right? So there's just all kinds of compounding factors. So that was one of them that was like, a couple of the mayors got pretty hot about that because it's like, we don't have power. And when we call in, you say, you have power. So
that would be annoying.
So, but anyway, there's a, and maybe this is more of an HOA initiative, but there's a initiative out there to put pressure on our local, our state representatives, so that they can put pressure on Austin Energy. So if that's something that you want to be involved with, it's just, I don't think that I have the time for it. Although I see your concern.
Yeah. Okay.
Other government entities.
You talked to Travis County.
Oh, yeah. So, so I talked about Austin Energy, but moving on to the Commissioner's Court. So I did get in touch with our county commissioner, her office, and they were pretty responsive. Actually, I contacted 2 different offices because I didn't know that we were in one district.
We're in precinct 2, apparently. They redrew the lines 2 years ago.
And the lines are different depending on what map you look at. But so I reached out to the county commissioner. One of the county commissioner's office called me back and was, again, very accommodating, but not answering questions with any meaning. So I was obviously polite, talked to her for an hour or so, and then the next day, the correct county commissioner's office called me and had a long conversation with her as well. And she is, as I mentioned earlier, she sent me a couple of resources that the county can provide. And it's basically based on, it's not for the MUD necessarily or for the HOA, but it's for the county constituents. So the folks that live in the county can, and some of them admittedly are not really not really solutions designed for Lake Point residents, like free food meals and things downtown and, assistance with elderly people and for whatever reason. So, but I did say that we should put that out into communication, even though it's an offering from the county, even though we don't think any of our 940 homes would use it, but that kind of thing. And then there's also the conversation about the TNR, which is Transportation and Natural Resources board. That our county commissioner actually sits on that board. And there was some relief for people who didn't have the means to clear their own brush. There's a hotline, and you can send an email to the TNR website or a TNR email address, and you could put your name on a long list of homes that need their assistance. And my understanding was the assistance only is street level. It's not, they're not going to come on your property and clear your property. If you have the means to get it out to the street, they'll come and pick it up at some point. So again, that's probably not a great solution for our neighborhood because we certainly don't want people piling brush in front of their house and leaving it for months till the county comes. So I'm kind of weary of putting that out, but I'm going to put it out because it's the right thing to do. But it might open up Pandora's box, just like we've been talking about everything else.
There is, dovetailing on that, Terry, on the county's website, they've got a pop-up now for the storm. And it does list, it does say if you have issues, check to see if your street's already been listed, and they've got pages and pages of streets. And I was just looking while y'all were talking earlier, and Napa's on there, Sonoma's on there, Carlsbad's on there. Yeah. So people have already said and gone in and either emailed or called to add the streets. But they do have, as you said, it needs to be cut, has to be at the curb.
Right.
So
it's not all
clearly
over your
some of
yard.
the homeowners have already gotten on that list, but if you click on their list of streets, it's a long list of streets
Yeah,
alphabetically.
yeah. And one of the other complication, or one of the other challenges that I see with that, and it really is it's about much of what we've talked about tonight, the entire night, is what is it going to do to the stormwater? What is it going to do to the drains? How is it going to end up in our ponds? That kind of thing, right? So not only the HOA, let's let the HOA worry about the beauty of our homes, but we probably need to keep our eye on how it's affecting the stormwater.
Yeah, all the debris that's left in the streets after the crews have left, all of that washes into the storm pond, into the collection basins, through the pipes, into the ponds.
And that, and then we have to go do remediation for a bunch of money. Yeah.
Yeah, the leaf debris already is just going to be astronomical come spring.
Yeah, so that's obviously a concern. And so when those big county trucks come with their big, pickers, they're going to pick it up and then they're going to leave debris everywhere. That's then got to be cleaned up by someone.
Well, even the crews that are doing it now are doing that.
Right,
So
everybody,
it's
yeah, not just the
yeah.
county, everybody, yeah.
That's kind of one reason, without, I'm sorry, speaking of, that's one reason we have a reserve fund is for the unusual circumstances like that. It's like just dealing with budgets in the past with other groups. Now, you don't like to dive into it, but this is a once in a 100-year deal.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, so we do need to keep an eye on that in the neighborhood.
Happy to work with you on that aspect of it too.
Okay. I'm racking my mind at this late hour, trying to remember if there's anything else for F3. So I'll close it if there's nothing else for F3. Okay. And that concludes line item number 8. So line item number 9. Discuss and consider appointing a director to fill Director Hansel's unexpired term. So, question, and I just noticed that the word unexpired is in there. So anybody we appoint is only appointed until November, and then they're up for re-election?
They fulfill her whole term.
Right.
Whatever is left of her term, and I don't. So I think there's a couple years left, but
It's 24, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's true.
so they would fulfill the rest of that term.
Okay, do we need to talk about the process for that?
Yeah, you have 60 days from the date that she resigned to appoint a new member.
Really?
Mhm.
And what day did she resign, just for the last meeting?
The day of the last meeting.
Exactly, the last meeting.
Okay.
Yeah,
30
yeah,
days
the-
ago.
So we're halfway through our time.
Okay, so do we need to put together a communication that goes out with the, call for volunteer or call for candidates?
We sent something out, not that long ago.
Well, it was for me, wasn't it?
Was it when you joined?
Yeah, so it would have been last year at the same time. January, February last year.
And then we got a handful of applications or people interested, and then we considered it at the next meeting. Selected someone, I think was how it happened.
And that's the letter of the law. That's what we need to do here, right?
Mhm.
Not necessarily our special meeting, but the next session.
You can, yes, just as long as you stay within the 60 days. There's no rule on how you do it, just that you do it. So you can have an application process, you can have an interview process, you can put it on your website, however you want to.
Oh, it's not mandated that we do that?
How you do it? No, how you do it is up to y'all. It's just that you appoint someone.
So we don't have to publicly announce that we're seeking a replacement?
I mean, I think it's a great idea because you're serving the public. But it doesn't, there's no, in the law, it doesn't say, and you must, do these 6 things in order to appoint that person. I will say in this situation, most will put a communication out or, seek. Some have created an application form that wanted people to fill out. Some just say, send us send us your interest, come to the next meeting, let us talk to you. You know, there's all different flavors of that. I don't know how you did it when you guys appointed Terry, because I wasn't here, but, you know.
Did you have to fill out an application? Terry?
Yeah, it was just a form, quick form that I filled out.
It's on the network.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so do we want to put out a communication that
I think it would be best to cast as wide of a net as possible. So
Yeah.
toss the communication out, do an application, and then we can, yes, have them come to the next meeting. And if there are multiple candidates, have them give a spiel, and then we can ask questions, and then we vote as a board. Is that a reasonable procedure?
We did that last time. It was awkward that we voted and they were in the room and we publicly voted.
Well, that's how
No,
you
I know.
gotta do
I'm
it.
just saying it's an awkward situation though.
but again, that's not necessary, right?
Well, you have to appoint. And so if you've got 3 people sitting in front of you, y'all are going to have to vote on who you're appointing. You know, if it is that there are 3, 4 people sitting there, then you're going to be in that exact situation. Yeah.
We have to vote, and we have to vote in public.
No, I know. It's just when they're in the room too, though, and then you select someone and don't select someone else. It's interesting.
We're all adults here, Jody.
You'd be surprised some of the stuff. Last week,
Yeah,
my
right.
5-year-old responded.
You want to see adults? Go
Somebody
stand by
else look
Napa. Go stand by Napa Pond and watch
Yeah.
them throw stuff into the closed dump site.
You can come to work with me. I'll show you some adults.
So there is a candidate application package.
So Jody, you want to start by putting together a communication? Can you do that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And so then we'll give, really, we should just give about 3 weeks timeline for 3 weeks for
Whatever
people
our
to put
next-
in, because we need their applications in our board packet to be able to review.
So a
That's
week before.
Gonna come out 3 weeks from now.
6, 7, 8.
Do you run background checks at other boards on candidates? Like,
No.
Is there any risk to not running it though? Like, what if someone we put on the board turns out to be a not very good person? Like, wouldn't we want to know that first?
Sure, you would. You would, but I mean, here's the flip of that. Anyone can run if they're qualified to run and be elected, and they might not be a good person.
Can't think of any examples.
So, I mean, you're between a rock and a hard place, essentially. I have not had a board run a background check on people applying.
Okay.
Well, what would be disqualifying anyway?
Only if they're not.
I guess if it's an appointment, anything you find as a director with a vote, anything you find as a disqualifier, you can always vote no.
Right.
But is it an invasion of any kind of privacy laws or anything to run a background check?
It's just, it's hasn't been done.
Frowned upon?
Frowned upon would probably be.
I mean, when this MUD was created, there was a board member that was
Criminal?
indicted on embezzlement, not from the board itself, but from his
Wow.
job.
Okay, so, we like probably a 3-week, have them all in by the time for Nugget to put together a board packet so that we can review it.
Would that be March 1st?
Yeah, I think we.
You want to say March 1st?
Yeah, we'd need everything by the 1st at the latest. I'm really trying to get everybody together to have everything ready the Thursday before the meeting,
So if we get
even
a,
my own employees. So.
I will say I'm gonna raise my hand to apply as well, but I will not be able to make next meeting because I'll be in Europe. I'll travel that off. If that's a prerequisite is to be here at the next meeting.
Yeah, I don't think it matters. It doesn't matter if you're not here. I don't think Terry was here when we voted for his.
I knew it was
How that
in store. I was staying away as long as I could.
He didn't want to be here to see the vote. So we voted against him.
No, you're correct. I wasn't, so.
Okay, I can send you, there's a form that we'll get from you. It's just a basic sort of facts, like really, really minimal.
Could you,
Send that to you.
can we get a little bit more technical with that and a little bit more inviting and put that on a Google Doc and then send out the link for the Google Doc in the communication so that everybody that gets that communication has the same access to it. Just want to make sure it's fair. Right, and undoubtedly we'll get
It's on the website.
we'll get his.
Really long, but that's the form that's on your website already.
Which is probably the right one. I haven't checked. What's probably the right one?
It's 133 pages?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
That was for the election.
Yeah, that's
That's the election.
Oh, yeah.
That's a whole different.
That's election, not a.
Yeah, that's a whole
Yeah,
different
I was gonna
ballgame.
say, woof, I didn't fill out
Oh, no.
133 pages.
No, yeah, and that one would be very, very long.
Yeah, no, this is just like a 2-page Word form, but if we could put that in a Google Doc and then
And if you
or
do
link
have the
to it.
candidate packet for the last election, y'all can pull that off,
Yeah, we do need to pull that down.
because that would be confusing for anyone. Good question, though, because
Yeah.
you certainly wouldn't want somebody to go through the whole process of 133 pages to find out that that's not what you wanted them
Right.
to fill out for appointment.
Yeah.
But A+ for effort.
Yeah. no
Yeah,
kidding.
I do remember that it was the process was a little primitive when I did it because
There's
it was
there's a lot of forms. It wasn't a whole lot to fill out in it, but there's a lot.
no, I mean the process prior to the form, like just getting the like I had to tell you I was interested and then I think you emailed me the form or whatever the case was. So let's just make that a little bit more automated. So folks can go out there whenever they want. We can give them the kit, and we might get a better, bigger pool of candidates that then we'll have to weed out. But
Okay.
So if somebody will just move on whatever action it is that you want Jody to do to appoint, then that would be awesome.
So do we need a motion for him to put out a communication?
For this, I would like for the board to be behind
Okay.
what you're, that you guys are agreeing on what your process is to appoint
Okay.
somebody. That way there is no question.
Okay. So I motion that the process starts with the communications out to the neighborhood, out to the distribution list, as well as posts on social media to the effect that we are seeking to appoint a director and providing can we say the high level candidacy requirements and a link to a form, the candidacy form, which we need them to fill out, delivered back to us by March 1st.
We may want it a little bit earlier just to give us a
Maybe-
day or two, but yeah.
February 28th then, and then we can, because if somebody gets it in like March 1st at 5 PM, will that be able to make it in the agenda then? Or if it comes in March 1st at 9 PM, will it still be able to make it into the agenda?
Yeah, March 1st is a Wednesday.
Is a Wednesday.
Yeah, so it should be fine.
Okay. So 5 PM, March 1st? And can we make it so that the form deactivates? I'm sorry, go ahead and finish your motion and then we can,
Automate it a little bit.
yeah.
And that we, once we have those pooled, then the directors are given access to them via the board packets. And we then vet the candidates in the next session and vote in the next session for appointment. Did you get all that?
I did.
Wow.
You'll be amazed at how short that is when I write it up.
I will second that very long motion.
Any further discussion?
So do we want to make the cutoff for the form like 5 PM on March 1st or whatever?
Yeah.
I know that's a
Makes sense.
nitpick, but
Yep.
I'm pretty sure that's what Terry said in that long paragraph.
Did you say 5 PM?
I'm pretty sure he said 5 PM on March 1st.
That's fine. 5 PM on March 1st, and then, yeah, we can look at electronically turning it off after that.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or we could just not consider anybody that sends them in after that. It's similar. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I guess the last point was last time, and I don't know if we want to do it the same. Robert bought brought little pieces of paper that we voted on, and he collected. Like, we sort of did it secret ballot, but then he read out who everyone voted for anyway. But it allowed everyone, I guess, to vote without knowing what everyone else said. And then he announced sort of what it was. So I don't know if we want to follow that procedure, but we should think about what the procedure will be should we have to vote. That's all. Right, so what happens if we have 3 people at the meeting? How are we going to run the vote? So what he did is he gave us each piece of paper. We wrote down someone, and you needed, I don't know if we were just going for 3 of 5 or if we were going for unanimous. Must have been 3 of 5 because we didn't have enough votes the first time and we had to redo it. We kicked one person out and then we voted against the next 2.
There was only 4 of you anyway, so.
So we must not have had 3 for one person. It must have been
Split 3-2.
It must have been split, and then we voted, removed one, and then did it again. Somehow we did it twice. I can't remember what the votes were.
Well, if you remove the guy that nobody voted for, then
But if it
everybody
was
just
2-2,
votes.
it wouldn't have mattered, though. It would have still been 2-2. So I can't remember how it worked out, but we did have to do 2 cycles to make it work. I'm open to doing it the same, but I don't know if someone has a better way to do it. I'm open to that too.
The the way I've seen it is that a director just moved. I moved to appoint John Smith, and then see if you got a second.
Oh, sure. Yeah, like parliamentary.
I moved to appoint John Smith, see if you get a second, and then you take a vote.
Yeah, that
So
seems like how it should work.
So if you like someone else, you would just vote no.
Correct.
Vote.
Or if there was no second, then it would fail because of lack of a second, and then you would move on. Someone else would need to move.
And that person would get up.
Yeah, I mean, and that is the hard part. I'm not, yeah, I mean, it's just not the best.
Be like,
I mean,
okay, fine.
You know, if you only have one applicant, then your life becomes a little simpler.
Right, but at least we went through this whole process to make sure
Exactly.
that there was another candidate.
I believe the person last time faked a phone call and got up the last. That's what happened. Yeah.
And one of us didn't even show up, so.
Okay, no, I think that works. Let's do that.
So you just need to have a vote.
Yes. Any further discussion?
No, sir.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
And so just so you guys know, number 10, the election of officers, it always occurs when there is a new member. So once you have your new director, this will stay on your agenda. Once you have a new director appointed, then you elect officers. It doesn't mean that anyone has to change positions, but it is just one of those things that occurs every time you have a new director. So that's why that shows up.
So officer is just another name for director, or is that? like
Officer
officers
is
of the-
president, vice president, secretary, treasurer.
Yeah, so should we, since we're on this line item, should we open that up? And because we do have a vacancy for vice president.
Yeah, but you would do yourself a favor to do it once you have the appointment. Once you have your full slate
So we have
of 5, then elect your officers. That's when it's supposed to occur, is when you have the new person appointed, because they haven't had an opportunity to vote on who the officers are of the board.
So we don't want to appoint a vice president before we get a new person that's not going to know that, any of the directors?
You can, but you still have to vote again when you
You'd
add
have
your
to
new
do it again
director.
at the next meeting anyway.
Oh.
Once you have the new.
For that, just that role or for all of us?
All of them.
All of them. You're
All
voting
of
for
them.
all of them, but you don't have to change. You wouldn't necessarily, and Jody wouldn't necessarily have to change. You could. You could throw up your hands and say, I'm not doing this
I'm
anymore.
done, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I think
But
we'll just wait
that's
unless you
that's
post
why
it.
that's on there.
We should start to think about who wants to be VP, but I'm fine waiting till next month to do it, to vote.
Anybody want to throw their hat in the ring? We have an opening. It's okay to not, if you don't want to.
Why don't we wait until we get the
Okay, all right.
information?
Okay. Anything further about 10? So I guess 10 we'll need to leave on and revisit.
Yes.
Other matters, line item number 11, discuss and consider updated resolution for posting districts, meeting locations and agendas.
I don't know if the HOA gave y'all permission. The reason this is still on is because you were waiting for the permission to put
We
the
should
thing.
almost move that to the HOA section.
We
or
got
might-
permission and it's coming off now, right? We got permission, it's already up, we're done. That board's already up there right now.
Is it right across the hall?
Mhm.
Oh, neato. Well, then you can
I
sign
didn't even see
the,
it.
then
Yeah,
you can
but
sign that.
you have to make an
Yeah,
amendment, you have
look
to
out the
change
door to
that
the
because
left.
it says, you have Penny's name on there.
Uh,
I think that's the one you have Penny's name on.
oh, drats. Okay.
So, but maybe she can just, you can just line it out and initial it or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
Okay.
certainly can.
Nice.
So,
So Nugget, that means you can take down that eyesore
I will.
when you get a chance.
What's that? Oh, no, I was looking to see. Should we think about, does it need to say Lake Point Mud on there or anything? It's got all the notices.
Probably not.
We don't need
Probably
to
leave it pretty plain.
just leave it like that. Looks
Yeah,
good,
and,
though. It's fun.
and you said that the key's in there, right? So,
There's an extra key in here in the lockbox if any of y'all ever need to post anything in there or anything like that.
Perfect. That's a good spot too.
yeah, it looks fine. Looks good to me. Until they take that, until they
Until
change
they tear
that
that
to
down,
something
yeah.
else, and then we'll take it off there. But
There-
are we giving the HOA the ability to post something there?
Wasn't going to. They've got 4 boards over
Yeah,
here.
they can do it inside the gate.
Yeah.
Everybody's got access, right? Yeah. Okay.
so if you would just consider the updated resolution then, because now it'll just say it's posted at the community center, my office, and then we also send it to the clerk, Travis County Clerk.
Oh, you do?
We
You
do.
email that, or you
We do.
email it? And then the website as well.
Mm-hmm.
Are all 4 of those on that resolution? Because I think there was just 3.
There is just 3. We will put, we will add the website to D. So if you guys want to approve this resolution with the addition of the website posting, I will change that. And then all I have to do is hand
My
it to y'all to
signature.
sign when I see you at the special meeting.
Okay. So I motion that we approve the resolution directing where to post.
You're establishing your meeting places and your posting locations.
Establishing meeting places and posting locations for our meeting notices as amended, which includes the website. That's the amendment.
I will second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, should we go into executive session?
Yes, but call,
I think we need to go back. I guess we need to go back to the WTCPUA one. So item number 6, do I need to say anything about that?
I just put tabled.
Okay, all right, no problem.
Since you guys didn't have I have a report on that. So you wanted executive session so that my minutes are clear under 8A1 for the purpose of legal advice, is what I recalled. The facilities, general maintenance, which was dealing with the
That's
storms.
correct. So do I need to make that announcement or you're good?
Mhm.
So we will now go into executive session in which we'll discuss 8A1 and we'll take no votes during the executive session. Thanks,
you.
David.
John tomorrow, but we'll get back.
Just to talk about
Okay, it is 10:51. We are coming out of executive session. We took no votes while in executive session. With regard to the proposal from LRI for the tree damage cleanup to date, I motion that we authorize the facility subcommittee to discuss and negotiate a settlement.
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we need to talk about future agendas?
Oh, yes.
We do.
I tried to hit that as we went through. Do any of you have things that you need for the agenda that you know of for the regular meeting? Okay, so then let's talk about the special meeting agenda at a date to be determined. So that's item number 13.
Sorry.
So I am traveling next week. I have a flight in 7 hours.
Oh, gosh.
And I will be in Hong Kong next week. So if you guys want to do a meeting really early or really late, I can join. Otherwise, you guys are welcome to do it without me. But it's up to you guys. I get back next Friday. So I'll be back in town I can meet here Saturday or beyond. But if you guys meet before then, I'll be a little hard to connect with.
Y'all might want to consider giving yourselves a little bit more time than just next week. Since you're.
Well, I'm out the 23rd through the 27th. But other than that.
What do you mean giving us a little bit more time?
Instead of trying to meet next week.
We're going to try to meet in the next 3 days. I'm sorry, we're going to try to make a decision in the next 3 days, and then 3 days start the 3-day thing, right?
So
Like, we can't meet
so then you're looking at the
hang out.
20th or 21st is what, 20th, 21st, 22nd.
Well, they can meet without me too, though. They can do it without.
So do y'all need me here?
I don't even know what we're going to talk about yet.
I can't do the 21st. I have a board meeting that night.
Yeah, I'm looking at a calendar. I would hope that it wouldn't go to the 21st. And I'm thinking we'll probably do it when Jody's out of town.
So are you thinking like the 15th, 16th, or 17th?
Yeah. For the actual meeting?
Yeah, I can't do the 16th. Yeah, for the actual meeting.
Be like the 15th. I mean, again, this is what I was trying to avoid, is putting us under pressure to make a decision.
Well, I think we don't have to make a decision. I think we're trying to just compare schedules, but of course now things are starting to.
Yeah, since we can sit here and talk about it, you know, the 15th, or you're looking at the following week, the 20th, 21st, you know, somewhere along in there, which is still 2 weeks before your next regular meeting.
We meet on weekends? Does it have to be weekday? Not that anyone wants to. I'm just.
Yeah.
No, we can meet. I mean, we can meet this weekend.
Just has to be open.
If we get an opportunity to, but
I'm out for the weekend, sorry.
Okay.
But I am.
Yeah.
Do the next 2 weekends.
You can't do the next 2 weekends either?
I mean, I guess probably sometime that week of the 20th. I'm out most of that week, but I mean, don't let that stop you. As long as we have free.
Right. So you guys, you know, you can do the work you need to do, and we can decide if you need to meet next week or the following week, knowing that we're either going to miss Jody or we're going to miss Jason, one of the two.
Right.
So that's.
But only one of us can be missing.
Yeah. Yeah. If we don't have a quorum, then we don't have a special meeting.
And can we just reiterate what can we reiterate what the facility subcommittee needs to decide before we can call this meeting? So we need to decide,
What percentage that we're going to offer?
Your discussions with the HOA on the sites.
well, but this, yeah, it's just the sites, right?
Yeah.
Because we hadn't talked about the percentage. We hadn't talked about the,
Well, just to negotiate with the HOA how we want to be involved in the site cleanup. There's LRI invoice, the first one, and then get quotes on the bigger LRI project so that we can satisfy our requirements. Right? I think that's it, right?
so staging solution with the HOA?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just a couple of items on the agenda then, which would be discuss the staging solutions, discuss your storm cleanup quotes. And then, of course, you've got to have your public comment items and that kind of stuff. So short agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess any other storm related, what do we call it? Storm?
Remediation.
Any other storm remediation issues?
You good?
Yeah, so then depending on what this facilities committee learns and can do, will determine if the special meeting is next week or the following.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, got it. And on 12, I just, that's my item and I just chimed in when I needed to. Nothing additional.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Okay, I moved to adjourn. I revived my motion to adjourn.
I will second your revived motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.